Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Nurses at Kenyatta National Hospital will go on strike starting today over delayed salaries, unpaid bank deductions, and stalled pension payments. Speaking in Kisumu, Seth Panyako, the Secretary General of the Kenya National Union of Nurses, said the situation at the hospital has reached a breaking point. He claims some nurses have gone for up to 6 years without stable pay due to ongoing cash flow and payroll problems.
Nurses of Kenyatta National Hospital are seeking answers for the first time. Kenyatta National Hospital has never gone on strike, but nurses have given me proper direction that tomorrow there will be no work in Kenyatta National Hospital. Enough is enough for our nurses and other health workers within Kenyatta National Hospital. Until those nurses who have been on casual force between 6 and 4 years, kutoka wakati wa COVID paka sai, wapewe kazi. Barua waingie. You cannot be hiring people from outside and they come and earn more than those who have served for 6 years. Is that fair? It's not. It's not fair. So we are saying tomorrow that must end.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen says political leaders who mobilize youth to cause unrest are now the biggest threat to national security. Speaking in Nandi Hills, Murkomen noted that the country has made good progress in reducing banditry and other crimes through ongoing security operations. He warned against attempts to disrupt public gatherings, saying such actions could reverse the gains made in improving security.
And they are the quickest ones. Hao wanapanga goons, alafu quickly wanaenda kusimama hapo, wanataka waziri aondoke, tunataka PS aondoke. How do you expect that security person to provide security if you as a politician has mobilized thousands of citizens to come with rungus, to come with stones, to come with...
Religious leaders from Christian and Muslim communities have raised concern over rising political intolerance and hooliganism in the country. Speaking on Sunday, the clerics warned that the growing trend of violence and unrest could lead to instability if not addressed. The provost of All Saints Cathedral, Nairobi Evans Omolo, cautioned that continued tensions risk pushing the country into chaos or even conflict.
We are gravely concerned that the mushrooming culture of Goonism is really undermining the integrity of our leadership in this country. We want to ask our political leaders, whether elected or appointed, serving in government or outside of government, to recognize that responsible citizenship requires conformity to the laws of Kenya.
Ukraine and Russia have accused each other of breaking a short Easter ceasefire. Ukraine says Russian forces carried out over 2,200 violations, including shooting at unarmed soldiers. Russia, on the other hand, claims Ukraine committed nearly 2,000 violations and attempted counterattacks in one region. Both sides are blaming each other for failing to hold the truce. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor!
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? This is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast. My name is Mungala Mbuvi, and the time right now is what, 5 minutes per 6 o'clock. This is where you get to get all the stories, but that have been trending rather, and that have been making headlines in the last couple of days. Speaking of which, we've had a good weekend, but not for my co-host here, Siti Muga. Siti, how are you doing? First of all,
I'm very well, thank you.
You're not homa bwana. Nasikia uko na homa. Ni mafua ama tuite nini?
Wajua homa? Saa zingine sio ugonjwa vile bana. Ukiwa mgonjwa mazee atakuja kazini uwezi. Ndio sasa ndio uko mgonjwa.
Sasa hii tunaita nini basi?
Ni mafua tu niko nayo.
Ni mafua tu.
Ni mafua tu.
Sema tu ni mafua tu.
But that is true, ni mafua tu bana.
Sasa nimesikia pia producer alikuwa na mafua. Kwani kuna mahali mlipitia pamoja? Over the weekend.
No, during the week studio hapa.
Muka exchange hivi sasa ndio maana sasa pathogens are flying all over.
No, there's a guest we had here who came in.
Yes, and transferred.
Alikuwa amelemewa.
Yes. But usijali City.
No, these things are good for you. Sasa immune system inapata nafasi ya kutia tizi kidogo.
Lakini City even at your age bado tunaongea je immune.
Okay, kuna age fulani where we are beyond speaking about the immune system.
Actually, there is. At this age you are City, kama ukupata immune tangu kwa age 0. Between age 0 and age 25, which is where you get to experience everything and anything. You acquire immunity at that. Actually, you acquire immunity in the first 3 years of your life.
My immune system is robust.
Yes.
If it wasn't, I would not be at work today.
Yes. Clearly. But you know what? Homa, you really can't say to con immunity against homa. It's one of those things.
Actually, you do. Because homa, if you ask me, is the first indication that your immune system imeshuka kidogo. Yes. Whether it is stress-related, whether it is whatever related, but the moment your immune system goes down, okay, the first indication is a cold, not flu, a cold. Once you have a cold, you know, system, kuna mahali
iko na shida mahali.
Kuna mahali powerful imeshuka kidogo.
There are several things that will actually show you that your immune has gone down. One, of course, you said homa. The other one, for sure, that is an indication is oral thrush. The moment you have a fungal infection in your mouth,
ujue kwamba immune system,
bro, kuna shida zingine nyingi zaidi uende uangaliwe.
Yes, you need to be
nenda hospitali angaliwa sababu mambo yanaweza kuwa yako mbaya sana.
Yes, wewe hapana iko msema.
Right, lakini umepewa maji moto? Wamekuwekea ginger? Wamekuwekea asali
hapa mazee wanakuwekea ginger upende usipende.
Unawekewa pia asali
na unaangaliwa vibaya ukijifanya tunataka kujibujiwa mbele.
Ati City ni kuwekea ginger. Ati hapana niko sana niweke maji. City ni kuwekea ginger.
Madaktari ni wengi hapa bro. Lazima daktari hivi ni madikteta.
Ni muhimu lakini.
Yaani umepewa kuna wamesimama pale wanaangalia kama unachukua. Kwa sababu watu kwani hawana watu wa kuongea nao.
Kidogo ni kama wanakulazimisha.
Mimi ndio wanafanya tizi ya dictatorship.
Ndio hiyo sasa. Usijali lakini si tutakuwa tu sawa. All right, what is significant about the day? It is April the 13th, yeah? And in 1204, Crusaders of the Fourth Crusade take and plunder Constantinople. Again, Crusaders of the Fourth Crusade take and plunder Constantinople. Constantinople is modern day Turkey, right? Yeah. So
its role and its position in history has changed tremendously. But it was always a center for learning. In fact, it was argued that in its time, the world's largest library or repository of learning was in Constantinople.
Right.
Yes. But why the significance also, the Muslims and the Christians kept having these physical fights about the dominance of that particular area. Same thing that happened with Jerusalem. Yes.
Ilianza na Wakristo ikamalizia Waislamu.
Yes. In fact, the people who actually now entrenched it were the Ottoman Empire. Yes.
If you read about those two cities, Jerusalem and Constantinople, man, it's an interesting history. It's well, of course, you will read about how people died for sure.
Oh, many.
Yeah, but in terms of just how these places came to be what they are today in the 21st century, man, it's an interesting read. And if you actually stumble upon, programs or documentaries and across social media that depict this in full color, HD. Oh, you'll absolutely love it. Actually, speaking of which, there is a program specifically on Netflix on Constantinople. I'm forgetting the name of that show. I watched it a couple of years ago. They're talking about the Ottoman Empire. Nimesahau hiyo kipindi inaitwaje, lakini ukigoogle tu kama wewe ni mtu ambaye uko nayo subscription, you can actually get the name of that program. It's a 6-part series if I'm not wrong. Very beautiful.
In fact, if you want to understand the country that was formerly Yugoslavia, then broke up into Kosovo, Serbia, Nini, there are parts of that particular former Yugoslavia that were Islamic.
Yes.
They subscribed to the Muslim faith.
Yes, they did.
It's the Ottoman. It was part of the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire is the one where Lisambazak, Islam area, because we'd ask, you mean Islam in Europe? Yes, Islam in Europe.
Yeah.
The Ottoman Empire.
There's a time actually Islam was more or less the dominant religion in Europe.
It was. It was. The Moors were that way inclined as well. Spain, what have you, Portugal. History is important. And when you look at history, what you will find is true about Europe is how the Africans actually brought civilization to it. Not the other way around. No. The good thing about the Caucasian group of people, they adapt very quickly, they learn very, very quickly, and they are very good at taking over that which they have learned and making it theirs.
Yeah.
Yes. So, and in so doing, they erase any other influence that may have been there. And their narratives that whatever they are doing and their contribution is what is dominant. They do not waste their time giving credit to other individuals who contributed to that which they call their own. They very rarely do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Also in 1970, Apollo 13 is crippled after a liquid oxygen tank burst, forcing astronauts to use the lunar module as a lifeboat. Artemis 2 landed, was it on Friday? Or when was it? It landed a few days ago. That thing, by the way, I was just watching a couple of clips on how it entered the Earth's atmosphere. Bro, that thing is scary. They were talking about this thing they're calling the heat shield, which is beneath the module, which is what basically hit the atmosphere first, and then it cruised down at 25,000 miles per hour. 25,000 miles per hour is the speed at which that capsule hit the Earth's atmosphere, and that thing is crazy. And it slowed down all the way to 17 miles per hour by the time it was plunging into the ocean. Interesting re-entry there. And if they tell you that it was a matter of life and death, like there was a chance that those guys are not going to make it down to the ocean, it actually makes you ask yourself the kind of engineering that we are doing. And it also puts into perspective some of the things that we are dealing with here in Africa and what the rest of the world is dealing with. As we are fighting hunger here in Kenya, we are fighting drought, or rather we are trying to mitigate drought. We are
fighting corruption,
still figuring out our politics, whether it's one term or two term. We're still here hating each other because wewe ni Mjaluo na mimi ni Mkamba and someone else is a Kikuyu.
Actually, that has ended.
Yeah.
Because the fight now is whether you're one term or two term.
But you get what I mean, right? Like we are struggling
I
with...
get what you mean completely.
We are struggling with what I consider useless things as opposed to what the rest of the world is dealing with. So guys, we need to focus. Well, you know, one of the things that makes countries like the USA, what makes it possible for them to do the things they do is, one, whatever it is they did once they got to America, they dominated the natives to the point where they are the ones who refer to themselves as natives now. They actually refer to themselves as indigenous, and yet their own history documented by them tells us very clearly how they actually got there. Yes.
So, but that focus, the harmful and the negative part of it is the way they practically decimated the natives that they found there. But the focus again is when you look at the things they seek to achieve and how they go about it. That matter of the capsule and landing on the moon Bro, ile hesabu niandaka hapo. The maths involved.
Wagwan.
Kali.
Noma.
Kali.
Yeah. Sawa. So that is what is significant about our history in the last couple of years, or is it centuries? Haya, sisi tupatie methali. Jana ama last week tulikuanga Nairobi. Okay, tulikuwa Kenya. Yeah.
Sasa tumeenda to next door.
Acha ni guess. Tanzania. Uganda.
Yes. Yes, Uganda.
All right.
Okay. Republic of Uganda, landlocked country of East Africa, bordered by Kenya to the east, South Sudan to the north, DRC to the west, Rwanda to the southwest, and Tanzania again to the south. Okay? It has a population of around 49 million. Okay. Capital Kampala.
Champara.
Yes, 48.4% of the country is said to be Christians.
Okay.
If you divide it up, 39% of them are Catholics, Roman Catholics in other words. 32% are Protestant Catholics, otherwise known as Anglicans. Islam, 13%. Then there are all these fringe Christian groups, 13%. Then other faiths that are not easy to determine, 1.9%. Excuse me.
You're excused.
The government is a unitary presidential republic under a dominant party. Okay?
All right.
President we know well. Brother Yoweri Museveni.
Kaguta.
Yes. The vice president is Jessica Alupo.
Nice.
It's a lady. Prime minister is a lady called Robina Wambanja.
Okay.
So that's a country that understands affirmative action.
You've reminded me of I knew of a Ugandan family, and I think one of the children was called Namahonje. Umenikumbusha hako hawa watu. Walikuwa maneiba.
Walikuwa kwa?
Yeah.
One of the things that is significant about Uganda is that it has very many lakes. Nyingi.
You know, you talk about the Great Lakes region? No. Okay.
Well, the Great Lakes region is area to Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. We are the Great Lakes region.
Okay.
Because what makes it great is Lake Victoria. It is great. But of course, part of it is Lake Victoria. They have Lake Kyoga. They have Lake Albert, Lake Edward, and Lake George. Yani hao wazungu walitaja tu royal family yao wote wakapatia majina za lakes.
We're going to call that Lake Albert, okay? Then that one is King Edward. The other one is Victoria. You know what I mean?
Okay, sasa. They are the home of the majority of the world's mountain gorillas.
Yes.
Okay? This one you find the most of them is Bwindu National Park.
Okay.
Okay? Sio ni sawa?
Yuriko sawa kabisa.
And there are those who say it is the source of the Nile.
Forget those who say it is the source of the Nile.
There are those who say it is the source of the Nile.
It is the source of the Nile.
Lake Victoria is the source of the Nile.
Sisi ndio tuliwapatia hiyo Nile.
Yes, Lake Victoria, bro. Lake Victoria.
Si Lake Victoria iko hapa Kenya pia.
Yes. Ushasikia Rwenzori Mountains?
Yes, actually Kenyatta University iko na hostel inaitwa Rwenzori.
I know.
Yeah, my ex used to sleep in that one.
Rwenzori, najua. Right, the mountain of the moon. Hiyo ndio jina ambalo lipewa. The Rwenzori Mountains. Okay. The proverb, a dog with a bone in its mouth cannot bite you.
A dog with a bone in the mouth cannot bite you.
Hata ikijaribu namna gani.
Watu wa Uganda ni wajanja.
It's not going to let go of that bone.
So ukiona mbwa ankuja kukuuma, mrushie mfupa.
Yes.
Angangane na mfupa.
You'll be left alone.
Yeah. And it's also true in real life situations whereby when your enemy is busy with other things, they will not have the chance, or they will be unable to attack you.
Well, if you translate that into politics, you'll find that very many presidents who understand how to deal with people who oppose them, they appoint you. Mbao in school, sometimes the teachers would appoint students who are particularly naughty as prefects.
Yes.
And that naughtiness would cease.
Yeah, because now you have a very big responsibility.
Yes.
Yeah, of ensuring there's law and order. Yeah.
So you, the law and order breaker, you become law and order.
Itabidi sasa.
And they made very good law and order people.
Ni kama ukienda hata kwa, even in families, kuna yule mtu ambaye anakuanga mtu wa kelele sana. Wa mtu unampatia tu kazi ka responsibility. Mwambia Christmas by the way unatuchinjia mbuzi. Na unampatia mpaka pesa kwenda kutafutia mbuzi. Wao jamaa atarudi ata sing your praises.
Na wajua kelele
imeisha. They will not oppose you any longer. Kama kuna shamba ulikuwa unataka and they were the biggest impediment, your story imeisha.
Yeah, wanakuwa ally.
Yes.
The Ugandans had a point in there.
They did indeed.
Dog with a bone in his mouth will not bite you.
John Mutua says, good morning, RG. Well, tuned in from Doha, Qatar. Movie, just say hi to my friend City. City, hi.
Hi.
Be what was, anasema good morning, City. And movie tuned in from Nandi County, Kagema, Mudhami. Morning, gents. It's been a while, but I'm back. I missed you while away. Day in history, my deputy in life, Wanjiru Kagema, was born. Happy birthday to her. And thank God for her every day in my life. Well, Kagema and your missus, a happy birthday, and you guys, we wish you all the best. Michael Olande amesema good morning my brothers. Michael, good morning to you. Nimeona pia MC Tonje tuned in pale WhatsApp. Thank you so much MC Tonje kutoka Muhoroni ambaye ni relative wa City Muga. Tunawashukuru tena sana for showing up. Okay, your relative nimegese.
Well, as far as you're concerned,
I've insisted.
Wajalu wote ni my relatives.
Yeah. Hata si hivyo ndivyo inakuanga. Senator Methu, my words were not to humiliate Ruto. I was on official duty. This is a story by Ann Nyambura. Wacha tuone Ann Nyambura anasema.
Ameanza ku retreat.
I don't know. Nyandarua Senator John Methu has defended his remarks directed at President Ruto, saying he was carrying out his oversight role and had no intention of showing disrespect, even as his comments continue to trigger sharp political reactions and public debate. The senator has reaffirmed or rather remained firm on the statement he made during the Requiem Mass of Ol Kalou MP David Jogona Kiaraho on Thursday, where he told the president, I respect you, but do not fear you. A phrase that has since divided opinion among leaders and members of the public. I watched this thing, his speech, and when he told the president, mimi na kuheshimu, I was like, that's good. Lakini sikuogopi. I was like, However, I don't see the problem in that, because he seems to say that at the end of the day, what you see us doing is not necessarily disrespecting you, it's just oversight. And he went on to say, you promised a road here, we haven't seen that road. You promised another road there, we haven't seen it. You promised a bridge somewhere else, we haven't seen it. So he was like, look, we have got to hold each other accountable for the things that we say. That is not disrespect, it is just us doing our job, period. I didn't see anything disrespectful about it, but anyway. So unajua politicians lazima waseme, how dare you, how can you say that in front of the president? The president himself alisimama na akasema yeye, number one, hanidi kuintroduciwa mahali popote Kenya. Yeye ni rais, anaweza enda popote, na ni ukweli. Yeye ni rais wa Kenya, ataenda Kitui akitaka, atakuja huko kwenye Muhoroni akitaka, ataenda mpaka kule chini kunaitwa Mombasa akitaka, na hakuna kitu mtadu. Na any other president after that atafanya the same, na hakuna kitu mtadu. Kweli urongo City? Kweli. Thank you so much. Senator Methu, wish you all the best.
Tumekusikia.
Kenyatta National Hospital faces shutdown as nurses declare strike over pay and pension crisis. Hii pia imeandikwa na Ann Nyambura. Ann Nyambura anasema hivi, services at Kenyatta National Hospital are set to grind to a halt from Monday today, after nurses announced a strike over delayed salaries, lack of pension payments, and years of being kept on temporary terms, escalating pressure on the country's largest referral facility. The strike notice was issued on Sunday by the Kenya National Union of Nurses Secretary General Seth Panyako, who said repeated complaints by staff have not been addressed, leaving many workers frustrated and uncertain about their future. Seth Panyako amekuwa kwa hii position for a very long time.
Nafikiria ni one of those ones for life positions.
Yeah.
Apana, I'm joking.
Do they hold elections?
They do.
I'm not saying that they should kick him out. I actually like the guy, but I'm just asking, that guy has been there for a very long time.
He has.
Yeah, it's just like Kotu Chair, Secretary General was elected a few, is it months or weeks ago, for, was it a 7th term? I'm like, kwani uko competition inakuanga stiff aje?
Competition was very stiff.
Like, mpaka inafika mahali bwana, ni kama watu wajui anybody else. Anyway, wewe unajua mtu mwingine Kotu City, like, I'm sure wako na chairman.
Atwoli.
Si ndio secgen. Unajua treasurer wao wa Kotu. Do you know that? Do they have a chairman?
Yes.
You know, I could be creating positions here that don't exist. They have a chairman, eh?
Yes.
Do they have a deputy secgen?
Yes.
Do you know any of those fellows?
No.
Aya, hii kwa Kenya National Union of Nurses, other than Seth Panyako, do you know anyone else in the Kenya National Union of Nurses?
Well,
I honestly don't know.
Nurses.
I mean, I also know nurses.
Yes.
Just like in Kotu, I know workers. Najua workers.
Yes.
Si Edna ni waka.
Yes.
Si wewe ni waka.
Yes.
Sio penje na kidole yake ni mawaka.
Yes. Na amepona
hiyo kidole imepona. Sasa hii ya kina Panyako anyway wamesema wataenda on strike kutoka kwanzia leo if the government doesn't address.
Au pia wanafanya tu kazi yao ya oversight.
Ni ukweli. So
kama serikali imesema itaongeza au pesa na haijaongeza. Kama serikali imesema italipa mshahara na haijalipa mshahara.
Yeah. The nurses at KNH are really good. I've had relatives who've been
so it's not the nurses at Kenya National
at National Hospital?
Kenyatta? No, that hospital is an excellent hospital.
Yeah. But I'm saying specifically, they play a very critical role.
You're talking about the care that is provided at Kenyatta National.
Yeah.
It is by far one of the most professional you can actually ever come across in the country.
Yeah.
You're talking about professionals.
Yes.
Hapo.
Mimi nimedungwa sindano dunia, si dunia mzima, but Kenya nimedungwa sindano kadhaa. But zile sindano nimedungwa KNH ndizo nime appreciate the most. Painless. The nurses treat you with a lot of love and care. Like they see you and they're like, mambo, wewe ndio Paul movie, yes. Aya sasa tuingie hapa. You know? Unaona anachukua syringes anaanza kujaza dawa, anakuchapia story. Ulianza hii uchungu ilianza lini? So but don't worry, hii sasa umepona. Anashika mali anafaa kudunga, anakuuliza hapo utapaka mafuta hii imekauka sana, lakini anaendelea na kazi yake and life goes on. Huku kwingine the way you injected bra.
Nafikiri ulimkosea huyo mtu mahali.
Last year in May I almost died. And then I was rushed to some facility in a place inaitwaje?
Mlolongo.
Kileleshwa. I was emceeing a wedding in that area.
Then you fell sick.
Then yes, I got a complication while there.
Oh dear.
It was really dire. Like, to be honest, CT, for the first time in my life, nimekuwa mgonjwa hata wakati wa COVID, lakini sikupata COVID, but nilipata homa wakati wa COVID. But siku
unafikiri si COVID? Hiyo ni COVID.
Ilikuwa COVID. But sikuwahi dhani nitaenda.
Siku hiyo uliona,
lakini hiyo siku last year
uliona malaika.
It was last year in May. Bro, yo for sure nilikuwa naenda. So the nurses, the hospital, the facility I was taken to in Kileleshwa, ile place hakuna ile place, yani it was just komsa. Then my mom rushed to where I was. Then she took me to a different facility, and even them kama ilikuanga tu hapa Ngong Road. It was
Ngong Road kuna Coptic, ukaenda Coptic.
Kwanza huko walikuwa nataka kunifunguanisha. Si kwenda Coptic. Walikuwa nataka kunifunguanisha watoanishe vitu kwa mwili yangu. Nikawaambia ngoja kidogo. We need to get a second opinion. You just don't open someone up. Then I went to another private hospital hapa Nairobi. Hapo nikasotiwa vizuri. Nairobi hospital walifanya kazi mzuri. Niliwaachia pesa mingi but walifanya kazi mzuri. Lakini ile care nilipata Kenyatta National Hospital, now this is a different time. Man, those guys are good. Wanakutibu vizuri. Unadungwa sindano hata hujui umedungwa. Like unaonanga tu amekushika hivi hapa kwa mkono amefanya vitu ameenda.
I told you you're talking about professional care.
Yes.
Wacha nirudie tena. When you find a teaching hospital, a teaching referral hospital,
yes,
the care there is always stupendous.
Yeah.
Because kuna wanafunzi, kuna wale ambao wanafunza. So the fundamentals are taught and practiced.
Yes.
Man, you're taken care of.
Yeah, the professors there, man, they do a good job.
You know the thing about care, it tells you greatly about the hospital. Even the Nairobi hospital that you mentioned, they're actually very good at what they do. Forget this politics we keep reading about. You pass Amanda, please, you are to Amanda. Forget that. It is actually a very good hospital. The Aga Khan hospital, you're talking hospitals.
Yes.
Is also an excellent hospital.
Right.
Fantastic.
My
care.
daughter was born there. And I can tell you, I love the services.
Sasa mimi, my hospital of choice is MP Shah.
Yeah, I was born there.
MP Shah, my friend, they are the nicest, most... You actually forget you're in a hospital.
Okay.
So...
I agree because, like I said...
You were born there.
Born there.
Beautiful hospital. Now that we've given them free publicity...
Yeah, watumeka kitu
Yes, indeed.
Sawa sawa. Nataka tuingie katika trafiki hapa tuangalie what is making headlines. Actually, you know what is making headlines on the roads of Nairobi? Are you stuck? Are you moving? Is anything amiss? Is anything the matter? If indeed it is, we shall find out in T-minus a few seconds.
Traffic.
All right, here we are. I'm looking at Ayani Estate ni sehemu za Kibra mko sawa. Pale Kibera Law Courts, that entire road is looking absolutely good. Royal Nairobi Golf Club as well. No complaints coming through. Now, Ngong Road stretching all the way from the Kenya Sands campus heading towards the CBD is also looking good. Valley Road, no complaints at all. Landis Road pia iko sawa. Jogoo Road iko fiti. Lusaka Road iko sawa. Leo ni Monday, ni kama watu wajaamka kwenda kazini, eh? Are we on holiday? We are on holiday. Wait. Kids are on holiday. So that means school buses are not on the road. No wonder the roads are looking this clean. Yeah? Thika Super Highway. Unaona ile stretch ya pale hivyo Pangani? Bumper to bumper. But yes, mnajuanga inakuanga hivyo. So it is what it is. Limuru Road, Muthaiga kule kote Kiambu Road. You guys are moving quite well. If I stretch back Thika Super Highway to Kenyatta University, a little bit of a bumper to bumper situation there. But here iko pale Githurai 45 Market. After that, guys are moving quite okay. Zoom out all the way and zoom into Mombasa County. And actually the larger coastal area, naangalia kule sehemu za Lunga, Majoreni, Kikoneni, Msambweni, Ukunda, kule kote kuko sawa kabisa. Hirudi huko sehemu za Mtwapa, Gongoni, Kikambala, Bomani, hiyo barabara yote. Hizo barabara zote yani ambazo zina serve those particular areas ziko sawa kabisa. No complaints whatsoever. On the main island, I can see that you guys are moving quite well. It's like Mombasa is just a beautiful... You know, actually, every time I fly into Mombasa, I usually do it in the morning, like early in the morning. And the roads are usually very, very good. So, I now understand, looking at this map, that you guys are actually moving quite well. Anything on the roads you think I should know about? Well, holla at a brother. All right. Let's get down to business and check out magazeti ya leo. Tutaanza na gani? Nategemea. Let me see what is happening on the People Daily, for example. Front page, this is what they're saying. How political parties' funding crisis may derail 2027 election. What exactly is it that they mean? Office entrusted with financing and managing electoral groups underfunded and resourced, paving way to unregulated scramble for post-polls influence. A couple of parties have been mentioned here. We have UDA, Jubilee Party, Orange Democratic Party, DCP, Wiper DAPK, and so on and so forth. Goons, guns, and grief, dangerous return of intolerance. We had a conversation around this city last week, talking about this good industry, and you call it a growth industry.
It is a growth industry. It is. The print media, I think to the nation, did an extensive expose on it.
Yes.
And talked about the various gangs within the country, actually gave blow by blow by blow, county by county.
Yeah.
When you find a clear increase in number of young people joining gangs, because they are young people,
yeah,
it speaks to something ominous. It's not something that you should ignore. It tells you that our country has a problem and we need to address it quickly.
Yeah.
No, because the whole culture of goonism or gangs, apart from simply being groupings that get together to do whatever it is they do, fight with each other, they also morph into groups who now commit crimes.
Yeah.
Okay. And if they grow, they become organized criminals. So it is not something that you want to look at and just ignore. When you have large groups of people, especially those who are unemployed and do not seem to have any way forward with what they are to do with their lives, they will join gangs.
Yeah.
It's never good.
Making of a scandal. That is what they're saying here on the front page of the Standard. A trove of payroll records, WhatsApp exchanges and bank documents suggest a teachers' welfare scheme financed by members. Monthly deductions has been captured by a network of relatives and associates. At the center of the allegations is a leadership accused of betraying trust and presiding over possible abuse of funds and office. This one is on page 4. They're talking about hefty deductions. Okay. Hiyo kifungua utaweza kuona mambo mengi zaidi ya hapo. Tukienda Daily Nation, trouble in Ruto ODM union. Wanasema, in what signals a dramatic implosion in the broad-based government, ODM has threatened to walk out of the arrangement unless President Ruto reins in a powerful cabal accused of coercing its MPs to join UDA and warning cabinet secretaries against associating with the orange outfit. What?
Why don't they just walk out? Why are they threatening?
This is on page 4. Now, this is what National Assembly Majority or Minority Leader Junet Mohammed says. We are not in this union by mistake or by invitation. We joined to foster unity. And if this agenda is no longer needed, we should be told because we don't lack options. If they feel they are now on a safer ground, we can let them form their own government in 2027. Kiangai. Hiyo ni Junet Mohammed amesema. Aye. Junet cautions UDA that ODM has options if union collapses. But which options now? Which one? They have been insulting every other person other than UDA. They've been calling other parties weak, calling them names and telling them that they are useless. So what will change in case this love, romantic, whatever it is with UDA doesn't work out? What happens, Sitimuga?
This is politics. The one, ODM is not going to walk out of it. That's number one. The ODM that is already in it is not going to walk out. This is just empty threats. That's number one. Number two, even if they did walk out, so what? What will actually change for UDA? I do not think there'll be some massive loss. There are people who are always willing to join the government. All right? Even in this so-called mountain area, there are people who always want to join the government. Did we not see Mutahi Kagwe joining government? Did we not see Kabogo joining government?
Yes, we did.
Did we not see Ligi Njui joining government? So, if those ones leave, others will join. Yes. It's an empty threat. Absolutely empty. And completely inconsequential. Yes. There are people who will want to be ministers. There are people who will want to have...
But will they bring the votes?
The votes don't need those people. This, in my opinion, is the debate that you should have. The people who now claim that they are the ones who are in the broad-based government from ODM. What is this thing that guarantees you that they can bring votes?
the current people in ODM
yes,
in the broad-based government.
Which votes can they bring?
Yeah,
many of those fellows have owed their position to the wind assistance that ODM gave them courtesy of Raila. Yes. So those votes were never theirs. They were Raila's votes.
Okay.
So now Raila is no more. You need an election where there is no Raila to see who has the votes with them or not. We haven't seen that yet.
Okay.
So what they're claiming is hollow.
Okay.
Yes.
Ushasema si tushasema. Kindiki offices 153 million shillings in 75 days chopper bill. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki's office blew 153.6 million on helicopter trips across the country in some 75 days last year, according to documentation. According to that document that has been presented to Parliament. 153 million in 75 days, meaning that every day they spent at least 2 million. 2 millions kupanda ndege tu kufanya tu juku kufika pale.
I should buy a helicopter.
You lease it to government officials.
Kazi inaonekana pesa.
2 million daily, bra.
Maze bwana, you can't be doing too badly, can you?
You can't. How much is a chopper though?
I don't know.
Because in 75 days utalipa hii chopper hata kama ulikuwa umechukua na loan.
Hata kama utaki kulipa utalipa.
Utakuwa umelipa hiyo loan ishe na sasa everything after that unaenjoy ni profits, my friend.
Yep.
And they're saying 450 million extra allocation to the Deputy President's Office for Hospitality and hiring helicopters approved in the supplementary budget. Kiangase. 450 million, plus 153 million last year. Not forgetting that kuna watoto hawana textbooks shule. Hii kitu unajua kidogo inanisumbuanga ama sijui ni mimi peke yangu ndio naumia. Aviator, the game craze pushing addicts to the brink. They're saying Aviator, a crash-style betting game where players try to cash out before a virtual plane flies away. It's plunging gamers into debt, depression and divorce. Guy, kwanza hapo kwa divorce. Every day your wife just sees you playing Aviator. Says, oh, mnakula nyama. I mean, mnakula githeri from day 1 to day 7. Akihesabu ile pesa unapoteza kwa Aviator anakuambia babe, hapo tungekuwa tumekula nyama choma bwana.
Interface hiyo nini hiyo?
That game. So it's a patapotea kind of thing.
A what?
A patapotea, yani patapotea.
Patapotea.
So what you do is you load some money. Okay?
You load some money
onto this app, to this application. And then the game is basically a plane taking off. So the higher it, or the longer it flies rather, the more money you make. But at any given time, it can fly away. So that means if you do not cash out before you make money, or before you...
It flies away with all the money you put in.
If you had put 10 bob, for example, the higher it flies, the more your money multiplies. So it can multiply by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you can get to 50
bob, and if you don't remove the 50 bob on time...
Exactly. So it starts from 1.
It will fly with your 50 bob.
Exactly. So you put 10 bob, inaanzia 1. Inaenda 1.06, 1.07, 1.1, 1.10, 1.50, 1 point whatever. So it can get even up to times 10,000.
It is a popular game.
It is a very popular game. So you can imagine if you had bet on 10 shillings, if your stake was 10 shillings, then you cash out at times 10,000, you've actually made 100,000 because it's 10,000 times the 10 shillings that you had staked. So that's 100,000. Sometimes it can fly at 10,000. Sometimes it can fly at 500. Sometimes it can fly at 1.01. So that means no sooner than it flew away. So you can imagine ulikuwa make a 10 bob within seconds, then your money is gone. There are folks who stake up to 100 shillings, 1,000 shillings. I think maximum is like 3,000 shillings at a time. So you can imagine ulikuwa make a 3k. Iende to at 1.01. But also imagine ulikuwa make a 3k, then it flies at 10,000. So that means that just like that you've made 30 million. Kuna watu wanatengeneza ngayo do. Okay, tunaoneshana nanga huku hivi kwa magazeti wamepata pesa au sijui wanaitwa kama captain. But yeah, so it's really bad. Past the fights auction of 960 million property, that's close to $1 billion. That story is on page 3. And then on parental rights, fathers can't be denied child custody over unpaid dowry. That story is on page 2. Yeah, tulikuwa tumeketi hapa juzi na Chief Magistrate Honorable Gracie Tati, and he told us that yes, indeed, you cannot deny access to children over some disagreements you guys have, whether it's dowry or otherwise. And then on page 4, inside 6 million shillings a month City Hall parking racket. Yani in this Kenya, yani lazima ukwe mjanja ndio mali pesa iko, si ndio?
No, lazima uwe mwizi bwana, hizi ujanja. And things that have to do with the government, they are low hanging fruits. Si parking inajaga kila siku. Si parking watu wanalipa. What's difficult about it? It's very easy to steal from it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey. 6 million a month City Hall parking racket. There's someone who tells you target ni 6 million, target ni 6 million. Haya, City, over to you.
Nataka niangalie gazeti.
Sijaangalia The Star, nimeangalia Standard, nimeangalia Daily Nation, nimeangalia People Daily.
Hata mimi nilikuwa nataka kuangalia The Star.
Tuende kazi
with The Star. Interesting. Sacco is borrow. Okay. This is in the headline of the Star Bank in the middle of the paper. Saccos borrow banks model to shield billions. In the past, governance failures, liquidity constraints, and rising loan defaults have exposed vulnerabilities in Saccos. Okay. Then, inside Shah's new package for overseas treatment. Okay. So wamesema hapa kuna hii ukifanya hivi na hivi na hivi ukienda hivi na hivi na hivi unaweza kwenda ngambo utibiwe. Sawa?
Yeah.
How marginalized counties will shape 2027 polls. Okay. Wetangula rising clout in Ruto's 2027 power maths. NSE rallies as markets jitters ease after Middle East ceasefire. Utiende Molo, why the clock is ticking for the anticipated 2027 formula. Slow registration in Muranga as IEBC targets 71,000 new voters. Ulinzi starlets set sights on bullets as title race heats up. Africans must move from consumption mindset to ownership. Why East Africa's health insurance future depends on a better system. Yes, that is the Star headlines in the papers.
All right. I was just looking at there's a story here that had captured my attention on the Akorino thing that President Ruto yesterday attended at State House. Or rather, the Akorino community went to State House yesterday. I don't know if you got to see that. But President Ruto unveiled jobs and college plan for Akorino community. And apparently, Rigiji had told this community not to go to State House kwa sababu kwenda huko ati nikupeleka tumbo zao kwa njaa.
Si walienda?
Walienda. State House ni ya kila mtu lakini. Hata media personalities tunafaa kuitwa State House.
Tutaitagwa.
Apart from kwenda kufanya what this thing we call what covering
the interview and so forth. No. This government is good at inviting people.
Walimu wali-invite huko. We also saw different communities, Mara the Kambas, the Kikuyus, the Maasais.
Then there was this massive meeting of individuals who had registered to vie. Remember?
Oh yeah, UDA candidates.
Yes. Na watu wengi walijitolea. Na walienda. Now, this particular government that is headed by one Dr. William Ruto is not afraid to invite citizens of Kenya to go to the State House. Sasa unaweza kualikwa tu.
Sasa watu wa media tunaitwa lini? Ndio president akatuambia kuna plan gani? Atuambie plan yetu. Na Professor Kindiki pia aseme ni aje say this is your State House.
Paul, the man is your friend. You call him and ask him.
Which man?
She's the president.
City, I don't have the president's number. Actually, City, you could be closer to the president than I am.
What makes you think I may be closer to the president?
Because I mean you're City, Bana.
And so,
we're talking about City here.
And so you think,
Kenya named in U.S. budget cuts targeting HIV prevention funding, yeah? So again, story by Rose Acheng inasema hivi. A proposed U.S. budget has placed Kenya at the center of a major policy shift that could see Washington withdraw support for key HIV prevention tools, including condoms and male circumcision. Now, the plan fronted by U.S. President Donald Trump signals a move away from funding certain health interventions abroad and introduces sweeping changes to global health spending. Now, details contained in the 2027 U.S. government budget request released on Friday show that Kenya is specifically listed among programs targeted for cuts. The document urges that, or rather argues that U.S. resources should not be used to fund birth control and related services in other countries. Yeah, and this is what they said. The United States should not pay for the world's birth control and therapy. Examples of eliminated activities include promoting health equity and providing condoms and contraception in Kenya, the budget said. And you know what? They're right. Why should taxpayers in America fund our sexual behavior? You know? So these guys are the ones making sure that we have enough condoms for our own. Yet they're not the ones having those activities here. We are the ones having it. They ensure that we are getting the cut, safely and so on and so forth.
There's a history behind it.
Sasa, mimi nimekuwa nikisema for a very long time. Tuna need hata kufanya our own manufacturing of our own pharmaceuticals, including condoms.
We do manufacture condoms in this country, in case you didn't know.
Do we now?
We do.
Where?
I don't know. We do manufacture
Okay.
them. We also manufacture drugs. ARVs I'm not sure about.
Okay.
But Paul, the VMMC and birth control and everything about it, most of it, Planned Parenthood and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Most of it came about and, should we say, came to the much brighter limelight when the HIV and AIDS pandemic was upon us. It was part of the service, because if somebody is HIV positive, what is going to kill them is not the virus, it's the opportunistic disease.
Yes.
So funding was provided for opportunistic diseases. Voluntary medical male circumcision was proven scientifically through research that it reduced the possibility of acquiring HIV. I forget what the percentage was. I think it was 35% or something. Okay? So the blood transfusion, blood bank services that they also sponsored was for, again, similar reasons. The HIV and AIDS pandemic brought with it some very massive funding into the health sector.
Yeah.
And they were HIV related. The HIV pandemic is no longer pandemic. HIV is with us like it is with other people. But the questions that you raise are valid, and the questions that you raise are pertinent. Yes, why should another country be responsible for problems that we ourselves have brought upon ourselves? It is part of the global architecture of providing aid for people who are less able than you are. It is soft power transfer.
I think when I was in campus, the condoms that were usually, they used to, what is it called, put in the dispensers within campus. If I'm not wrong, those things were Chinese.
Yeah, but Chinese was the manufacturing center for the entire planet.
Oh, but the funding is by the US.
Yes,
okay.
Yes. The Indians also produce condoms. Hasn't helped them very much. Those numbers just keep increasing.
I don't think that was the idea. Those ones have just been produced for other purposes, not for birth control. Let's get it very clear. All right.
So
Apo lakini on other birth controls, because again in campus, I remember we could go to the I'm forgetting the name of that center. Pale KU ukiingia huko ndani. Kuna mahali ulikuwa unaenda unapatiwa, you could, first of all, the condoms were in the dispensers.
Yes.
But for the ladies,
we in the health center at KU.
There was, forget the health center.
Yes.
There was another center. I'm forgetting the name of that road.
And not student center.
No. Uko kwa servants quarters noko. Yes. There was Tanzania Drive.
Yes.
There was Malawi Drive.
Yes.
One of those drives, eh?
I know those places you're referring
exactly.
to.
Now, one of those drives had a health center of sorts, whereby you could go get counseling, HIV testing, and you could also pick up contraceptives, especially for women. So you could pick the emergency pill or the daily pill.
Now that in my time didn't exist.
In my time it was there, and I think it's still there.
In my time there was no HIV. No.
You can get testing.
We just had Kaswendes and
Kisonono,
yes,
which is still being tested. But unaona ingine ya HIV specifically, you could go and get tested for HIV, and you could get counseling also for HIV, and most importantly for the women, like I said, you could register where you would get the monthly pill, the one that you take daily, the daily pill, or you could get the emergency pill in case of
an emergency.
An emergency. See, hizi ndizo vitu America inasema, bro, why are we funding these guys for their promiscuity?
It's not promiscuity, bro.
Apana, Buddha. What else is it?
Why do you refer to to electricity generating activities as promiscuity.
The point here is America has said that watu hiyo shida wako nayo pia wanaweza jipanga.
But I agree with them. It's just that I don't see what the big hoo-ha is.
Yeah.
Remember, they volunteered to help us.
But they mentioned us in their budget. They're like, for example, Kenya.
Yes.
They could have said Uganda, because I'm sure they do something there as well.
Uganda had a lot more focus than us. But
Exactly.
over time, we got a lot more of their funding than even Uganda.
They could have mentioned any other country that they fund. Why did they say countries like Kenya?
Because countries like Kenya, they get their funding.
Ndio mko na stima mingi.
Sisi bro, tunasaidia sana.
Finance Minister favorite has Benin votes for president. Allah. Okay, let's see. Benin election officials began counting votes after Sunday's election for president, with Finance Minister Romuald Wadagni, favorite, having overseen a decade of economic growth despite jihadist attacks in the north. Now, the head of the Electoral Commission, Saka Lafia, said the election had passed off peacefully. But an electoral monitoring platform set up by civil society groups reported around 100 incident alerts that particular morning of voting. Yani, Benin has elections, and you could barely tell that they have elections. Hey, Kenya.
If you use Kenya as a yardstick.
We are 1 year away from elections, but it looks like we've been electing every single day since our last election.
Yep, that's our favorite pastime, electioneering.
Yeah. They're saying that we must vote to ensure high turnout, said Ivan Glija, a man in his 30s who turned up early at a school-turned polling station in the commercial capital, Cotonou, to vote for Wadagni. But in the voting stations visited by AFP journalists, there were few signs of a strong turnout for the vote in the West African country. This is something that happens all over Africa. Turnout for voting, especially mapema in the wee hours of the morning, saa zile wanafungua the voting. Here in Kenya zinafunguliwa saa ngapi? 6 6 a.m.
Yes.
Watu kutokezea inakuanga triki inakuanga komsa.
In theory it is 6 a.m. But we've heard of stories of voting of polls opening up at midnight, so that one.
Huh? Here in Kenya? Why would they open at midnight?
I said we've heard. I didn't see it. I've never seen any evidence to it. We're in the realm of rumors here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Before we get into the news, let me give a few shout-outs. Yeah, we have Michael Olande saying, good morning, my brothers. Elena Thenya amesema, good morning, CT and Buvi. I always listen to you from Masai Mara. Good work, guys. Hey, Elena. How is Masai Mara? Tuite huko tukuje tutembee. CT anapendanga kuona, si tunapenda kuona simba. Unaweza taka kuona simba?
Simba? I actually prefer giraffe.
Haya. Kuna giraffe huko pia. Alando amesema, good morning CT and Buvi. The political activities doing rounds at a point inward reflection on each and every one of us. I trust that the youth are well equipped knowledgeably not to heed to uncivic AC. I don't know what that means. I think that is uncivic acts. Okay, yeah. He has said he means uncivic acts. You see, here's the thing. If I look at what happened in Kisumu last week when Senator Osotsi was attacked, it makes me wonder if we will ever change as a nation. If I look at what happened, was it on Saturday? Huko Kikuyu, when watu wa DCP walienda huko akina Rigiji na kukakuwa na running battles the police, juu kuna watu walikuwa wamefunga barabara. I ask myself, these are the same youth perhaps who were in the streets of Nairobi during the anti-finance bill. So, what has changed? Because they were yearning for change. They were let me call it fighting. They were fighting for change in the streets. But then again, they're the same. Because the people who are in the streets blocking that road over the weekend, they are not grandmothers. They are not grandfathers. They are guys who've got strength. People who are probably 40 and below. So if they can do that, I don't know, man.
Let me just mention to you, countries that have some of the lowest turnout during elections. Tunisia in 2023 marked the lowest turnout, 11.4% of the voters. Yes.
11.4%.
Yes. Haiti, as they call it.
Yes.
17.8. Algeria 23%, Micronesia 26%, Gabon 28%, Egypt 29%, Venezuela 30%, Jordan 31%, Dominica 31%.
Kenya na kuanga?
Bado. Nigeria 32%, Marshall Islands 32%, Ivory Coast 35%, Mali 35%. Sisi hatuko hapo.
Hatuko mahali popote.
No, sisi iko sisi tuko na karibu 50 something hapo. We don't do too badly.
At least tunatokezeanga
Yeah, tunatokezeanga.
Haya.
We try over 50%. Yes.
2.0 wanasema for the first time in history of Kenya we have the most useless rudderless opposition ever. They have adopted a strategy of inciting communities na kugonganisha watu instead of selling agenda. Well, 2.0 ninakubaliana na wewe kidogo tu. Alafu Moses Steve anasema prof ananyonya kunyonya. You know what? Let's get to the news with Winnie Maganga.
So
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has warned over rising political violence at public rallies. He says organized groups are increasingly disrupting meetings and intimidating opponents, creating a worrying trend. Wetangula cautioned that if not addressed, this could undermine democracy as the country moves closer to the 2027 general election.
Kila mwanasiasa ako na milisha yake. Kila mwanasiasa ako na vijana na mipini na marungu na njora, wakienda kwa matanga hata hawajui nani amekufa, wanasimama tu hapo kupiga kelele, hata hawajui mwenye amefiwa anafikiria nini. Wako hapo tu wamelishwa pombe, wakiingia hapo mtu mmoja akizungumuza makofi hata hawamjui, mwingine akizungumuza nyamaza hata hawamjui.
Police in Homa Bay are investigating the death of a prison officer who was found dead hours after receiving transfer orders. Constable Ronald Bernard Ochieng, who was attached to Homa Bay GK prison, was discovered dead at his home after colleagues went to check on him when he became unreachable. The incident happened shortly after he had been transferred to Siaya GK prison, a move he had reportedly opposed. A family in Nyeri is seeking justice following the death of their king, Joy Kiende, after cesarean section. They claim the death, which occurred at Naromoro Level 4 Hospital, was due to alleged medical negligence. The family says they were called to the hospital over what medics say was a complication. The Nyeri County Health Department has launched investigations into the incident.
Wakaniita mapema, wakaniambia kuja kuna emergency. Wakaniambia kuna complication walifanya. Kwa hivyo inabidi tupewe rifaro. Wakati walipiga hiyo x-ray, kuna hiyo maji ilikuwa huko, kwa walituambia kuna maji. Hiyo maji tukaambiwa ni mkojo, lazima itolewe. ICU wakatueleza kuna complication, alikata hiyo mchipa ya mkojo.
Hiyo inaniumiza sana juu sasa huyo mtoto kulea kununulia maziwa.
Leaders and residents in Laikipia are raising funds to build an electric fence in Salama Ward. This follows repeated invasions by elephants that have destroyed crops, disrupted learning and threatened livelihoods. They say the fence will help protect farms and improve safety in the area.
Sisi wandamire twakuja kuimba ni kumuja kumusaidia muweze kupata hizo post hizo munataka na hizo vitu vingine mawaya yote ndio ndovu zikae huko.
Hii tutam ni kusema mimi ni mtu nitabaki kwa serikali. Juu nikibaki kwa serikali ni nyinyi nitakuwa nikiletea usaidizi. Fence ya ndovu ninaweza kuwasaidia nikiwa peke yangu? Fence ya ndovu naweza kuwasaidia nikiwa peke yangu? Tusikubali kutishwa na mtu yeyote.
Election officials in Benin have begun counting votes following Sunday's presidential election. Finance Minister Romo Wadanyi is seen as the frontrunner after overseeing a decade of economic growth despite security challenges in the north. Electoral Commission head Saka Lafia said the vote was largely peaceful. However, a civil society election monitoring platform reported around 100 incident alerts during the morning of polling day. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. And in this hour, we want to talk about the creative economy, which is basically more or less Kenya's next frontier. With us in studio, of course, apart from Siti Muga, we do have the CEO of the Kenya Film Commission. That is Timothy Odhiambo. Timothy, good morning. Welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning and thank you for hosting me.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
We are being told that, film, theater is the next frontier. We had something last week. I don't know if you heard about it, but before we get to what we had, Citi has got a methali he would like to share with you as far as our show is concerned. And maybe you can give us your interpretation of this proverb.
Sure.
Our proverbs for this week come from the Republic of Uganda, our neighbor in that direction. A dog with a bone in its mouth cannot bite you.
I'll interpret that in form of a story.
Yes.
That you cannot be able to watch a film that has not been scripted.
I told you, Citi. Medics always give us a medical perspective. Engineers will give us an engineering perspective, and the Kenya Film Commission rather has given us their version. So thank you so much, Timothy. I like it. Last week we had through an interview that Dennis Itumbi had that this creative economy, people are earning to the tune of 57 million. Is it yearly or monthly? But that was a lot of money for Kenyans to
Did he give examples?
He mentioned people like Eric Omondi is making 57 million. So and so is making this million. That's what I'm asking about this creative economy. Do people make that much money?
I think I just want to first give context. That this morning when you woke up,
yes,
as well as Citi, you made serious creative decisions.
Yes.
You made a choice as to what dress to wear. When you go to the car, you made a choice to watch, to listen to a specific kind of music. And also, by arriving here, your environment is full of creative art.
Yes.
Basically, I'm trying to put across the message that creative industries is purely what is the engine of our society.
True.
So when it comes to the fastest growing industry across the globe, not only in Kenya, but across the globe, is the creative industries.
Yeah.
And making money out of this industry, it's a pipeline that is open to every Kenyan. It's an industry that is open for anyone between age 0 to age 100 that can be able to operate. Yeah. There is no other industry that can give you such a platform.
Right.
So I think I agree with Itumbi. Yes.
People make a lot of money, Bana Citi. Nilikwambia wanze kuingia TikTok kudance.
57 million.
Yes.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah. And I think it's also important to note that when you talk about creative economy, it's not just about entertainment. It's a real economic and social power that moves the mountains. Yes.
Timothy, when you say moves mountains, this one I want you to talk a little bit about it. What is it about the creative industry that gives it the impetus that can move mountains? I know you're speaking figuratively, but just give us an example of what you mean.
What I mean is that with the creative economy, you look at what are the kind of benefits that you may derive from the creative industries. It's the orange economy alone that gives you room to identify yourself, identify a country in terms of branding, create opportunities in terms of mass job creation. I don't think there is any other industry that can be able to create thousands, if not millions of jobs as compared to the creative industries. Something else, when you watch movies, you make decisions in terms of tourism. It has a lot of multiplier effect as compared to any other sector. Of course, the other traditional sectors like agriculture, services and manufacturing are very important, but you cannot disregard the power of creative industries because it drives all these other sectors.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, there is a time that the Kenyan industry, specifically film, was really good. We were talking about the times when we used to have Vitimbi and Tahamaki and so on and so forth. They were on TV, yes. They probably were not being commercialized as we are having things being commercialized today. But we were doing really good. Even our talent was tops. But somehow we have been overtaken by our neighbors, first of all, tukianzia tu hapa Tanzania. Those guys are doing great as far as music is concerned. They're doing great as far as movies are concerned, to the point whereby their movies, quality movies, are on YouTube. And then, of course, when we cross the continent all the way to Nigeria and Ghana, they've blown us out of the water. They've blown East Africa out of the water, literally. Where do you think the rain started beating us? Then what could have been the issue?
Maybe I should start by asking you a question. Where do you rate Kenya today?
Where do I rate them?
Yes.
Below those people I've mentioned, below those countries I've mentioned.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe a reason?
A reason, number one, quality of our product, and also our marketing strategy isn't as good as what I consider the rest are doing.
I think when we talk about the creative industries or Kenyan stories are actually in the globe spectrum. Today, from the year 2018 to where we are now, we have over 50 products on international platforms.
Okay.
That in itself gives you an impetus that we are actually doing well, but we can do much better. When you look at the Kenyan production qualities, I think we are doing very well as compared to other African countries. I do not want to mention any specific country,
yes,
but I can assure you we are doing very well because we have tech-savvy young people who are interested to work in this particular industry. Majority of our young people are ready to tell our stories. The challenges are there, but I look at these challenges as opportunities. These are challenges of infrastructure. Think about funding, as well as industry organization, where I would encourage creators to work together, form strong guilds that can be able to champion how they do their stuff.
Because just when I mentioned quality, for example, if you look at even when we're just talking about music alone, if you look at how we shoot our music videos, and how our counterparts in Nigeria shoot their videos, those things are worlds apart. Because even if you look at their views on social media, if you look at views of Nigerian artists on YouTube, and you look at views of Kenyan artists, bado tuko mehe. Even our following on social media, and mind you, by the way, for a country like Tanzania, you will find that some of their biggest artists have got millions and millions of viewers, not viewers but followers. And then when you look at some of our big artists, they can hardly reach 1 million people in terms of following. So it makes me wonder, where exactly are we failing our own people as well as consumers?
I think that is a cultural issue. I always champion the need for us to be champions of our own stories.
Content, yeah.
If we support Buy Kenya, Build Kenya, I think the issue of following will not be an issue. Beyond that, I will also direct that to the key business component. As a business person or as a creator, you should not look at your production as a purely entertainment.
Yes.
First of all, you must be able to look at your production as a real commercial product, which means you have the plan to research whom you are creating your product for, identify what are your returns on investment, how you are going to communicate and market your product and distribute, and also leverage on international co-production elements that are available. That's co-production treaties.
Yeah.
So the culture issue, where we are not supporting our own, you will find that we have so many Kenyans who are actually following foreign productions as compared to their own. And yet our own content is much greater in terms of quality or the storyline as compared to any other.
Yes.
So my rallying call is that we have an opportunity to support our own stories and be the champions of this Kenyan story.
How does one get to increase the participation of the Kenyan public in terms of their viewership, in terms of the subscription, in terms of just rallying behind productions that are local?
I think when it comes to rallying our local production in terms of the following, that has to be a proper marketing strategy.
It has to be deliberate.
It has to be very deliberate marketing strategy by the creator or by the marketing agency that is handling this particular product. I think we should not sit and wait and imagine that government will come to your business and do for you the marketing. Government will only give you an enabling environment to see to it that you are able to move from point A to point B. But when it comes to the actual tactics, it's up to you as the business person to put the right strategies. There is no way you'll produce a film in Taita, go and showcase it in Luyaland without subtitles and expect that it will be consumed.
Yeah.
You have to be very deliberate to put the subtitles to suit that particular audience group.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you should see the number of telemundos that we have on our screens. Mexican soap operas.
People watch those. You see, when you talk about a movie made in Taita, you give it, that's a perfect example. Do you remember once upon a time there was this that entity that
you needed to be closer. Yeah.
That entity that you're CEO of used to have these mobile movies.
Yes, the mobile cinema. Yes.
They were very popular.
Right.
And it was in English, I believe, or whatever language. But there was always a Kiswahili commentator.
Exactly.
Sasa huyo amempiga mwenzake ngumi.
You mean DJ Afro?
Yes.
But yes, you're right.
Sasa anafukuzwa na ndio yule anakimbia. Amewacha wenzake kwa hizo mbio zake. It was loved. I know because I attended a few. Even in my adulthood, when I was in a place where people, and I was working, I would actually go and watch just to see people thronged it.
I remember every 17th of the month, I would wait for that.
Precisely. Now, where did it go? Why I asked the question? Go ahead, you're going to answer.
It's an opportunity for a business person to take up this, because I don't think we should let that kind of venture to be undertaken by government.
Yes.
I'm calling on private sector to grab this opportunity and have it as a business opportunity.
You see when you talked about Taita and Luyaland, that's, I was reminded. Because if you film a movie in Taita, watu wa Ingo, they've gotten to hear about a place called Taita.
Exactly.
Now they'll be watching a movie from Taita. I'm sure they'd like to watch a movie from Taita.
Definitely.
Yes. Or you take a movie that is shot again in Luyaland and you take it to Taita. They'd like to watch and see what is it about these people that...
And of course, City, as you mentioned, the specific communities, there is no better way of cohesing the country than storytelling. So cohesion and integration can be achieved 100% through movies.
You know, I am just thinking a movie which is shot in, say, North in Wajir, and you want to show it in Muranga. Okay? Out of curiosity, people want to go and watch this thing.
Definitely.
You see? The point you make, which I hadn't considered, is how it is that can be used as a glue to make people cohesive. When you watch other people going about their business,
you get to understand them.
You actually do. And you say, oh, I see.
But you see, City, during that time that those mobile cinemas were there, we didn't have social media the way we have it right now.
No, we didn't have social media. But social media and movies are completely different. Just like watching Netflix in my house and watching going to a theater, completely different experience.
Actually, now we have the cinemas in our hands.
Bro,
hiyo wakati ni watu wangapi hata walipanga na TV.
Forget this thing where I have to squint and try to see. No,
you're the one squinting. You know the people who have got tablets, they can watch it on. Yes,
I'll help you on that.
Yes,
when it comes to the watching films in cinema and on your mobile, I think what City is trying to put across is that when you go to cinema, you're actually actualizing the 100% of social engagement.
True.
As compared to you alone on your phone. So for the cinema owners, they have an opportunity to create all other leverages that will be able to create room for you to go there, not only just for a movie, but for engagement and also for other elements.
There's a time I used to frequent cinemas, and I still do. I still, once in a while, when there's a blockbuster movie, I'll go and watch it, especially these ones that are action, and I need to see it in a big screen, and I see the 3D version of it.
Like Avengers.
Like Avengers. But now the problem with that is, maybe it's the time that I go, because I usually go in the evening. I like watching movies from 7 o'clock upwards. So we're usually very few people in the cinema. Sometimes we don't even get to 10. And it makes me really sad, because there's a time you would literally look for a seat na unakosa. That's how good it was. Fast forward to what now City is saying in terms of how we are consuming media. There are people who are very comfortable consuming that media on their phone, City. Actually, we have companies such as Netflix who've tailor-made content specifically for you to watch it on your mobile phone, and they've made it very cheap for you to be able to afford it on your mobile phone, as opposed to paying for a package that you'd watch it on your TV, laptop, and so on and so forth. So perhaps that idea of mobile cinema is a good one. It probably just needs to be reinvented, because we're in a time and place whereby people don't want to necessarily go out and watch something on a big screen.
You don't necessarily want to go, and yet you go.
There is another perspective also.
Yes.
And the perspective is, in every community, every county in this country, you'll find that you have a hospital, you have a school. From where I sit, I'm encouraging that we need to have the creative facilities, just like a school, so that when it comes to social amenities are available, and you are not worrying about watching on your phone. But when you leave your house, you can actually walk a few meters and you access to a social hall or a cinema hall.
True. We also used to have drive-ins.
Yeah, drive-in. I never really liked drive-ins myself. You see, why this idea is stuck in my head and why it's important is the community element of it and the socializing element that comes with it. It was like an event. You know, we keep forgetting when we speak that the vast majority of our population are in the rural areas, not in towns.
True.
And they may have phones, they may even have TVs. But an opportunity for you to socialize with other people on one particular day in a month.
It's critical.
It is a pull. People whom you don't ordinarily see on a daily basis. You sit there on an evening for an hour and a half watching this movie, chatting, laughing, joking. It is a community event. It's a social event.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm thinking of, for instance, a football match. I may not play football, but if I hear there's a football match taking place in a locality near my place, if I'm at home, I'll go and watch. I don't usually watch football, but I'll go.
It's the community that you're.
Yes, because first of all, I'll enjoy the walk going, then I'll enjoy the walk coming back. But I'll meet people whom I don't ordinarily meet.
Exactly.
We'll get to talk. Okay.
And cheer the same team.
Yeah, maybe different. Yeah, yes, but chances are, if you ask me how the game went, I will not know, because I was busy talking to the people whom I wanted to see.
You can't watch football with me then.
And ultimately,
you're like focusing.
You'll be entertained.
Yes. Or if there was a musician, let's say, the musician comes into. I've observed how people who ordinarily don't go out will go out because there's music.
Bless you.
Thank you. The thing that I found that Timothy mentioned to me that perhaps is understated is the influence that the creative arts, this particular industry, can play in making Kenyans cohesive.
Yeah, it can. Actually, it can. What is the role of Kenya Film Commission as far as policy and other kinds of support is concerned?
The Kenya Film Commission, as a government entity responsible for promoting, developing and marketing Kenya as a filming destination, is basically a catalyst for the creative industry. We are an enabler and we are a connector. At the same time, we are also a commercializer. I'm saying all this because it's our role to see to it that those who are participants within the creative industry or storytellers, that they can be able to undertake the activities and benefit the populace in a manner that brings benefits to the communities. And the benefits will come in terms of job creation, will come in terms of being able to access the Kenyan products that are available, and also exploring our creativity and innovation. Remember, this is all about intellectual property rights, as well as innovation and storytelling. And there is no other powerful tool that goes deeper to actually connect us and give us room to exploit our intellectual as compared to storytelling. So the Kenya Film Commission, as a middle organization that enables storytelling in the country, plays all this in terms of building capacity, attracting investment into the industry, creating a pipeline, and convening power to bring creators together where business of film takes place.
How exactly do you attract investment as a commission? Maybe you can help us understand how
Kenya, you may not know this, but Kenya is a global film set.
Yes.
It's a global film set because we have the right environment. In other countries, you have to plan for more than a year plus to be able to shoot a film on your location.
Okay.
But here, you can wake up this morning and you have the environment is right for you to shoot a film, because naturally, Kenya is giving you the right sunshine, you have the youthful population, you have the infrastructure that enables you to actually shoot your story. How we do this, we market Kenya as a destination because of what we are able to offer. And there are 4 key components that Kenya provides. The legislative environment or the regulatory environment that enables foreign producers and local producers to be able to shoot films on location in Kenya.
Right.
Of course, there are a few teething challenges in terms of one-stop shop for filming, but at the end of the day, we create the environment by creating a platform like Kalasha International Film and TV Market that will enable filmmakers to come from all parts of the world to come and interact with their counterparts here in Kenya. Of course, other than just utilizing Kalasha as a platform, we also create opportunities by participating in other international events, like the Cannes International Film Festival, the Sundance, and many more, where we position Kenya as an ideal filming destination.
We actually do that?
Yes, we do. It's the role of Kenya Film Commission.
I didn't know that.
We also facilitate Kenyans to participate in these events.
By facilitating, you mean you pay for their flights and accommodation, or?
Of course, to our level. We facilitate a number of filmmakers to participate in these events. And also, we create a platform where Kenyan positioning is actually visible in foreign markets.
When you say positioning, what do you mean?
Positioning, I mean that Kenya is ready for business, not only local storytelling, but foreigners are able to come and film on location in Kenya. I'll give a good example. Last year in June, July, we had a very prominent production house from the US filming in the western part of Kenya, spending $6 million on location in 60 days.
Wow.
Within this period, Vihiga, Kakamega, and Kisumu were recipients of this foreign production. And what that meant is that the local hotels were full. The locals, in terms of artists who were participating in this particular production, meaning we had a number of people being employed, albeit temporarily. But all this $6 million was spent on location in Kenya. So it's in our interest to attract more production of such into our country. And the challenge here is we must be able to create an enabling environment so that we can be able to attract not only one, but many productions on location in the country. And when you have a production taking place on your locale, what happens is that the real bottom-up is experienced. The Mama Mboga is able to supply to the hotels. Hotels are occupied, and at the same time, the locals are able to get jobs. And that's what we are looking at.
you've said that they spent $6 million. That's roughly 780 million.
That's the point.
Kenya shillings.
Yes.
That money was paid to the county governments of those counties, right?
This money was spent in the endeavor of this particular production. It was paid to local participants in this production, paid to hotels, spent on location, among others.
Okay. So, for example,
as well as taxes.
Yeah, that was my next question. In terms of taxes, when a company such as that one pays taxes, that money goes where exactly? Does it first of all, do they pay it to the government of Kenya directly, or do they pay it through maybe like Kenya Film Commission directly? Then, the money is taken to the where does that money go to?
I think what is important to note is that when such a company comes to film on location in Kenya, you can't just come and film on your own.
Sure.
You must be able to contract a local production company.
Yes.
So the local production company, who is a fixer, is the one who handles all elements of tax and so on.
Okay. All right. Wow. 6 million USD.
Yes.
780 yote ilienda tu hapo.
But our intention is to have such kind of productions in mass. If we have every month one production taking place in the country, then Kenya will be very rich because of storytelling, and that's the power of stories.
I understand sorry, you were saying something.
When we have such a production complete and it's showcased in Europe, America or Asia, what happens, the multiplier effect gets even greater, because anyone who watches such a production, they will want to know where was this film produced. Of course, as an audience, seeing where this particular production was done, you will want to visit that place, which will drive again tourism into our country. So film ultimately works as a marketing component for our destination.
There's this film, City, I don't know if you know it, it's called Inception. Inception is a sci-fi movie. Part of it was filmed in Mombasa. It's an absolutely amazing movie. If you get some time, go and watch it. Part of it was filmed in Mombasa, and the way they captured Mombasa is not the same way we look at Mombasa. When we travel to Mombasa, we go to the CBD of Mombasa, probably some hotels here and there, and then we go to the beach. Those guys went to the middle of the market and captured it in ways that I don't think we have ever captured our own product like that. And perhaps these guys teach us a few things. Mombasa tu, sijui ni sitakudanganya ni gani. Sijui kuandikwa kwa movie ati Kongo where. I don't know. Sijui. The point is, waliandika tu location Mombasa. There's another series called Sense8. You watched it?
That was done here.
Yes.
At the Globe Roundabout.
Actually, a huge part of it was done here, and I think part of the filming happened in Kibra, right? Or one of the very many slums we have. Hey, boss, that thing is awesome. Sense8. Majority of the movie, because they shot it in different locations, Nairobi, Paris, and other places like Amsterdam, different locations all over the world. But a huge chunk of that movie was shot here. And guess what? They used a lot of our local artists. Ilikuanga noma sana.
So you're telling me I should take more time and watch movies like you do?
Nitakutumia hizo majina, hizo movie city watch. Hizo movies ni kali, hizo series ni kali pia. Yeah, so I was interested in knowing, and you've explained, in terms of how Kenya Film Commission facilitates, filmmakers. Now, in terms of challenges, what are some of the challenges that we are facing that perhaps we need to focus on them so that we can clean them up?
I think I wouldn't look at them as challenges,
yes,
but they are opportunity points. One of them, you will find that the policy and legislative frameworks are so fragmented. You will find that a number of key regulatory elements are either sitting in tourism or any other specific sector other than a standalone. But the government has made a step by creating a state department that specifically focuses on the creative industries. And again, as we speak now, we have the Creative Economy Bill 2026, which is at Parliament, which is meant to align this particular kind of legislative challenge. Other component that I'll also highlight as a key issue is funding. From experience, I realize that anytime we've had funds that will be able to support production, so many high-quality productions come out. The period between 2018 and 2024, we were able to fund so many productions, courtesy of our partners. And with this, it increased the number of productions that we have currently on the international platforms. So clearly you can see that the more money we invest into the industry, the more production we are able to make.
Yeah.
So there is an opportunity there that we can be able to do more by investing and not looking at the creative industries as purely entertainment. Just like any other sector, we need to invest to be able to get more returns.
Yeah. You know, like when we have these big production companies coming to Kenya from Hollywood, is it possible that we have a conversation with them that instead of giving us money, of course they'll have to pay the artists that they employ within their productions, but for example, the tax that they would pay to the government, to tell them, look, we will minus the tax, but help us do one local production that will have international standards.
I think I will not agree with you on that one, because my mission as the CEO of Kenya Film Commission is to see to it that Kenyans are able to tell their own stories in a way that it meets the international standards. That's why international platforms are currently buying Kenyan content and are able to air the same. What we strive to do is to actively see to it that we build capacity in all departments: cinematography, scripting, acting, wardrobe, all these departments, to see to it that we are able to provide the kind of experienced manpower that can be able to give us any kind of production. But at the same time, for the foreign crew, what happens is that anytime you have a foreign production coming on location in Kenya, is actually transfer of skills. You'll find most Kenyans who participate in this production, like the example I gave, the production in Western Kenya last year. When such foreign production comes on location, what happens is that the locals will be able to work side by side with their experienced counterparts from the foreign country. With that, the skills transfer is not compared to the classroom where you are actually studying theories. So with that, for me, will add more value and will be able to give us more impetus of telling our story in a high level that we will be able to expect.
City, you were saying something?
I was saying, when you consider what it is that it means to grow and to mature our own talent and our own ability, if we do not do that, then there's very little we'll be able to call our own. But when we take the point of view that anyone who wants to support us grow our own talent so that we can tell our own stories the way we want to tell our own stories, not because the way they want to tell it, then that is exactly what we're doing. What it then does, in my opinion, is it gives you a sense of pride. See, like this music you keep talking to me about with all these musicians that you know of. Well, I have started taking a keener interest than I did before. I even look for the music that they sing. I don't necessarily like it, but I try to at least listen and understand what it is.
Why don't you like it?
It's not that the music is bad. It is that I have a preference. Yes, and that my preference is not the music that of these. Okay, let me backtrack and say the music is good. It's actually interesting, but it is not my kind of music. Now, what I'm doing is trying to make it my kind of music. It is their music. It is Kenyan music. It is a production. Okay? If, say, for instance, there used to be a gentleman, used to be because he died, called Ayub Seda. Job Seda was his name. Job Seda popularized the music that he played by using a local instrument, a Luo instrument, called Nyatiti. And he played music and recorded using that instrument. This one individual made people understand that instrument, even people who had never had an interest in getting to understand that particular instrument. And the songs he sang in the Luo. So even if you didn't know the Luo, you'd hear the person singing Kothbiro and you'd say, oh, okay. Now, I had no particular interest in that music, but I knew the gentleman because I went to school with him. So because I knew him, I listened to the music. And interestingly, when I was doing what I was doing with the music that you told me about, I came across his music again. It sounds very different now, and I'm even more interested in it now than I ever was before. But you see, I'm giving you my experience of local content. When you begin to consume it, and you give yourself time to consume it, you then get to understand it. And so I may even spend more time listening to it than what I previously liked listening to. Yes.
Which is a good thing.
Yes.
You see, Lupita Nyong'o has had her own productions now. There's one very interesting animation that she's currently working on, or she has worked on. And it's actually an African story from her own perspective. And of course, I'm sure she's working with other people as well. But when you look at the quality of that production, it's really great. And it will actually make you want to watch another season and another season and another season. And she has even written a book, I guess, which was endorsed even by Oprah Winfrey and so on and so forth. Now, if I write something similar, it might not get to the levels that Lupita has been exposed to, because obviously longer exposure, she has more connections than I do. What I meant by saying that perhaps
more connections in that particular field
exactly
than you do.
Exactly. So if we were to have, let's say, a studio such as Warner Brothers come into Kenya, and we tell them, okay, the 10 million that you would have paid in terms of tax, pay even 7 million, but this 3 million give us in kind. Sinimalize tu. Nimalize tu.
And you tell me who is going to tell them this story.
Give us in kind.
Who has the ability to do this? Go on.
Because Kenyans have got millions and millions of scripts that they have written. Some of them zinaendelea kukula vumbi. Na najuvi because we have worked on several productions with friends and they have never taken off. But imagine what $3 million would do to our kind of production that I'm talking about, our kind of plays that we have written, our kind of movies that we have written. Man, they would be taken to a different level.
They would.
You know?
Why don't they just partner with the Kenya Film Commission?
I'll give you an example.
Kenyans. I'm sure they have.
I have a point to make here.
Yes.
That we are currently working with the German government, the French government, as well as the US government.
Yes.
There are a number of studios, for example, the Invention Studios from United States, that we are working with to actually help us build capacity as far as our quality of our stories are concerned.
Yes.
So these partnerships are there. But what we are really encouraging, and why I agree with what City is saying,
yes,
that we must be able to champion our own stories, because we will be able to tell our stories better. Yes, partnerships are good, but these partnerships are not meant to actually override the core essence of a Kenyan being able to tell his story.
Yeah.
So we at Kenya Film Commission, our core mission is to see to it that the Kenyan stories is actually told, and it is told well.
Okay.
As you may know, most successful companies in the world today have succeeded because of how they told their story, by the way how they offer their value to their customers and all that.
Yeah.
So from where we sit, we are rallying on all Kenyans, investors, financial institutions, that they actually have an opportunity in this particular industry.
Okay.
Unlike myself wearing a tie,
yes,
most young people today, they do not want to wear a tie. They do not want to work between 8 and 5. So let us create an environment that gives them room to work between 5 p.m. and 5 a.m. in the morning, because that's when they are more productive.
Okay.
The opportunity is there. We have abundance of stories in this country, and beyond that, we can be able to create a lot of wealth for our people and for our generation as we progress.
Kalasha 2026.
Yes.
Yeah. It's taking place, I think, on the 28th.
It's around the corner.
Yeah, 20th of this month.
We are running Kalasha between the 28th to the 28th of April to the 2nd of May.
Okay.
Between 28th to 30th of April, we'll be hosting the festival and the market. What do I mean by this? Between the 28th and 30th of April, we'll be showcasing a number of Kenyan and foreign stories in different cities across Kenya.
Okay.
Say Eldoret, Kisumu, Mombasa, and Nairobi. And also we'll be showcasing a number of productions at KICC. We'll have exhibitions, conferences, master classes, workshops, all taking place at KICC. All this is to give us an opportunity to showcase and also have the business of film taking place. So we are calling on all Kenyans to turn out in large numbers and come and experience what Kenyan creators are capable of doing. Of course, when you talk about Kalasha, it's about connecting people, exploring, connecting, and doing business. Buyers and sellers converging to be able to undertake the business of storytelling. Then on the 2nd of May, we are rolling the red carpet to be able to award about 40 Kenyan storytellers in form of Kalasha Awards.
Yes. So that means producers,
writers, actors, cinematographer, among others.
Yeah.
And this time, it is even more special because we have introduced new 2 categories.
Okay.
Previously, we never had content creators as part of the Kalasha celebration, but this time around, we have introduced Content Creators Awards.
Wow. So that means that, so who's eligible for this particular awards?
Okay.
And when did they apply? Is it something they can
remember?
Apply? Yeah.
The Kenya Film Commission has been around for over 10 years. Kalasha this year is celebrating the 14th edition.
Yes.
For 14 years, Kalasha has been held. So every year we send out a call with specific requirements.
Yes.
So anyone who meets the criteria is given an opportunity to apply and go through the motions before you are ultimately nominated. And from the nomination, the best is awarded.
So people already submitted their...
Yes, okay. Submissions were... We sent out a call sometime last year. We have a jury members on board.
Okay.
And now, as we speak now, we have the public voting that is ongoing.
Yes.
Then just before we ultimately unveil the winners, we'll have the jury conclude on the awards. Then on the 2nd of May, we'll now award the actual winners.
Wow. So content creators are actually allowed. And we're talking about content creators across all media. So whether it's social media or streaming services such as YouTube.
Digital platforms.
Wow.
You know, the trends are changing. Yeah. And when I look at the entire ecosystem, I cannot assume that content creators are not part of my stakeholders. They are co-stakeholders to this. Sure. And in addition to that, I should not be able to create a war between traditional filmmakers and the emerging content creators. They are in the same space, only that they are telling stories differently.
Yes. Siti, you're saying something?
Yes, I'm going to ask a question. We appear on digital platforms, literally all. Are we also considered to be content creators?
The question is, if you wanted to participate to Kalasha, did you submit your entry?
No.
Having assessed the criteria.
I will thank you to answer my question instead of asking me your own question, which then you want to answer. Let me ask my question again.
Yes.
People who are in the sort of work that we do here, are we considered to be content creators? That's really all I'm asking.
City, as a professional, where do you consider yourself to be? Are you a broadcaster or just a content creator?
Both, actually.
Because when you're able to answer that, then it will be able to position you.
Both, because the discussions we have here and the manner in which we have them have not been had before we have them. So we are actually creating, we are curating.
I think what my advisory, and it's for free, is that evaluate yourself and see exactly where you belong. Because from where I sit, you qualify to participate in the media or broadcasters awards.
That one is clear because, and I wouldn't ask a question because we are in the media. So the larger question I'm asking is, people who are media practitioners like ourselves or broadcast journalists, are we part of the creative industry? That's really the question.
100% yes.
Yes.
You are.
Yes. So then, why then should we limit our participation to what the media...
City, I want to qualify your point by saying, every morning, as I said, we wake up, we dress up creatively and make choices to listen to radio generation because of the stories you are telling. So you are rightfully in the creative industry.
Yeah. So this application, there are no possibilities for late entries.
So for 2026,
this guy,
City, for 2026, let that pass. Please focus on 2027. And if you meet the criteria, do apply, and I believe you'll be evaluated and given the verdict. And if you win, we'll celebrate together. Yes.
You know, it's how things are happening nowadays. Actually, look at people doing podcasts. They more or less do this. This is actually a podcast completely.
This is a podcast of sorts. Yes.
Yeah.
So it's just that the manner in which it is structured maybe slightly different. But the point is, my larger point was the creative industry is very all-encompassing. And the demarcating it into various strata and segments is sometimes necessary so that you focus on what is specific to what it is that you do. And you're right, Timothy, that the media industry would be more our forte than this. But I couldn't help but think, this discussion we're having with you here, I've never had it before with anybody else. It's
and
new.
It has to continue.
Yes, and it's created, and we are creating it because the process of asking questions, the process of having a conversation, the art of having a conversation,
right?
It is creative.
True.
In fact, it doesn't get more creative than that.
You know, there is this thing called AI nowadays, and AI is being used to do content creation. People are using it to script. People are using it to do their voiceovers. People who actually couldn't do voice commentary before don't even need to do it now. They just need to tell AI to do it for them. Have you factored this as far as Kalasha is concerned?
I think when we talk about artificial intelligence, this is a tool of trade in the creative industries. And we are looking at AI as a key enabler to storytelling. So for the creators, they have to look at AI not as competition, but as an opportunity for them to improve and also come up with high level quality productions as far as the usability of this particular tool is concerned. When it comes to Kalasha, Kalasha is all encompassing. This is an event. Maybe you need to clarify whether you are referring to Kalasha during the event production or the process of...
No. Like content. So here you have content A and you have content B. This one is man-made 150%. This one is AI 150%. Are they competing on the same category, for example? So if we are awarding a short film, that has been created and it's a comedy, this one is done by me, but this one is done by AI. Are we competing on the same level?
That's an interesting perspective. But when you are submitting your entry to Kalasha, there is a form that you fill.
Okay. And
of all the entries that we got, which were in hundreds, we never had any that was entered showing that the producer is AI. So the competition is 100% man-made.
But perhaps then
in the process of their production, they may have used AI as a tool, but the producer is specific.
Because you see, when I have, because I can invest in AI and I have the tools to invest. So I just create this short film. I tell it, do a short film. It should be action. Two people are fighting over a goat, for example. Then we have CT who actually goes out there and fights over a goat with a real person. Then now we submit, we do our entries.
But if it is a Kenyan story, City as a jury member, he will be able to experience it and feel it. So for us, it is a reality here.
Perhaps, I don't know.
Of course, as we progress, I think the trends are continuously changing,
and categories will change.
We must be alive to the changing times as we progress. With that, even Kalasha will keep changing with the time.
When you look at the process of determining what it is that qualifies a production to be a winning production, that's one. Then there is the impact or the influence that it has, that is two. At what point does the commission feel, or what needs to happen for the commission to feel that they have actually fulfilled the mandate that was set out for them? What is it that needs to be seen, experienced for that to happen?
For us to feel that we are actually meeting the expectations of Kenyans who are our employers is to see that the Kenyan story is being told, and that not only just being told, but commercially you are able to get returns on investment. Kenyan creators being able to earn from what they are doing. For me, that is one of the key indicators. And also having an opportunity to see that Kenyan practitioners within the creative industry value chain are able to compete and participate in any level, be it here in Kenya or even beyond, in terms of practical experience, and even qualification. So our mandate is all about what is it that we are contributing to the exchequer in terms of return on investment, and also in terms of output. What numbers are we seeing, both local and foreign, that are actually being done on location in Kenya? What are the number of Kenyan stories that are actually being churned out by various practitioners within the industry, be it the young people, the old people, and all and sundry. And of course, seeing to it that in our training institutions, film, music, the creative arts in total, let's say CBC, is 100% being applied. And that's why when we think about the National Drama and Film Festival, we have categories that we support schools, universities, and tertiary institutions to participate at that level.
Oh, you usually sponsor some? Like,
yes,
when
we
you say
do.
support, what do you mean?
We actually started a category for film within the drama festival.
Wow.
So there are productions that are taking place in high schools, in universities, and so on. And beyond that, the Kenya Film Commission is currently establishing film clubs in schools. So that talent is not only stumbled upon, but when you are growing in both basic and high school, you're actually making choices that are real. You don't have to make choices based on being coerced. You know, this is where I belong, but you have not been oriented to this particular stuff for a very long time. So we are creating an environment where you should be used to your craft. Your talent should be nurtured from the lower age all the way to when you become a professional.
Well, the CBE will favor that because one of the pillars that it has caters specifically for the creative industry. And it means, well, let me ask the question. Have you ever had any interaction with the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development?
I work with them very closely.
Okay.
Yes.
I smile because that is very good news.
Yeah, the reason as why I'm saying this is because I've had so many cases where we are cultured to believe that creative industries, professionals are not professionals. And as such, you force your son or daughter to go and do another course that you imagine that this is now a course. If you have a comedian somewhere, you're asking this comedian, when will he ever get a job?
I'm going to study something serious like
education. But what we are saying that if my daughter is a dancer, I have to nurture this daughter of mine to become a perfect dancer, to the sense that she can be able to earn from the dancing profession. And that's why schools are very important. The Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development is very critical in also supporting the entire ecosystem to see to it that we align our education system to the changing times.
I have a feeling if this had been introduced when I was in high school or primary school for that matter, sahi ningekuwa Hollywood.
I think you still have a chance. We can still nurture you to become one.
Hey, so wakati umepita kidogo. I have other priorities.
Remember we say, we talk of Hollywood, yes. One day it doesn't get better than that, but one forgets the BBC produces some really serious quality productions. Serious. If you look at Bollywood, okay, we look at Nollywood. Apart from Nollywood, apart from those movies where kuna uchawi kila mahali, if you leave those ones aside, there are some productions that are beautiful. Homegrown industries that meet the expectations of the locals is to be desired as well.
Do you know BBC is still doing radio plays?
I do know that.
Yeah.
Why do you think I brought them into the conversation? Yes.
Still doing radio plays.
Yes. They long understood the importance of it.
Yes.
Do we have radio plays?
There are radio plays.
There are actually. I've been involved in some at Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. So yes, we still have radio plays.
Otherwise, formerly known as VOK.
Yeah. Lakini yo ako ka trend kidogo ni kama kadi, I don't know, kalipotelea tu mali.
But do you know just how effective radio plays are?
They are very effective, yes. Very important.
I think it's critical also to note that local content is really power. That's why when you look at the media landscape today in Kenya, most audiences are glued to stories that they can be able to resonate with. And if you miss that particular component, you find that you lose your audiences because they cannot be able to resonate with you.
True.
And when you undertake your research properly, the way you have done, and deliver your messaging to the targeted audience, you always win. Yes.
You know, there's a man who in the media industry understood what you're saying perfectly. And when he was in a position to do something about it, did. Called Wachira Waruru. Citizen were the first to start giving local production a lot of airtime. When other people were showing the telenovela, they were showing local productions.
Yeah.
Correct.
Actually, they have more local than anything.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And they have them because people want to watch them.
Walifanya research vizuri.
Yes.
Look at Maisha Magic.
Yes.
The following is huge because they are actually 100% local content. Yeah. So for me, it's a strategy that one can be able to really rally around and see to it that you utilize that in a way that it adds value to what you are doing.
Right. Timothy Thiambo, we've come to the end of this conversation, but thank you so much. Umesema 28th ndio tunafaa kutokezea
28th to 30th, we have the film market, the festival, but on 2nd, we are rolling a red carpet for you to come and celebrate the winners at Kalash Awards.
Right. Thank you so much. All right, that's where we come to a close as far as this conversation is concerned. But do stand by, because in the next hour, we are hosting two folks, and the conversation is around zoning, goons, and political intolerance, or tolerance for that matter, as far as the state of the nation is concerned. Here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenyatta National Hospital has moved to calm fears of a possible nurses' strike, saying talks are ongoing to address staff concerns. Acting CEO Richard Lesiampe says the hospital is engaging the Kenya National Union of Nurses over issues affecting welfare and deductions. He says all salaries have been paid up to March 2026, adding that delays in remittances are part of normal public sector payment processes. President William Ruto has begun a 4-day development tour of Kisii and Nyamira. He kicked off the visit by launching the expansion of Kisii Stadium before watching a football match involving Shabana FC and later handing the team a bus. President is also expected to hold meetings with leaders and stakeholders from the two counties. Nyandarua Senator John Methu has defended his remarks directed at President William Ruto, saying he meant no disrespect. Methu says he was simply carrying out his oversight role when he made the comments during a requiem mass. Speaking on Citizen TV, he said he does not regret telling the president he respects him, but does not fear him, insisting his focus is on accountability and development.
I'm not the first person to tell President na kuheshimu lakini sikuogopi. I mean, you have seen President William Ruto, he himself was telling Uhuru Kenyatta, I don't fear you. You have seen, because let me tell you, and I want to say this, because it's something that I deeply believe in as a leader. The first and foremost priority that he must give are the people who have given you that responsibility. You must always think about your people. You must always prioritize your people. I said it on the podium at Old Kalau. It is not my work to clap for William Ruto.
Public Service Cabinet Secretary Geoffrey Ruku has warned government officials to stop taking bribes, saying the government will not allow corruption. Speaking in Kibwezi West in Makueni County, Ruku said a recent report shows the police and the judiciary are among the worst affected by corruption. He added that some senior officials have already been arrested over scandals, including the fuel saga.
I'm calling upon all the public servants in the Republic of Kenya that the police officers, according to the EACC report, you are leading in bribes. You are leading in bribes. The percentage which the people of Kenya say the most corrupt public servants Wakenya wanasema ni maafisa wa polisi. Na mimi najua mnafanya kazi mzuri.
Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban has conceded defeat after early results show the opposition TISA party leading in the general election. With about half the votes counted, TISA is projected to win a strong majority in parliament, while Orban's Fidesz party trails behind. Orban says the results are clear and has already congratulated the winners, signaling a likely change in leadership. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Manchester City boosted the title race with a strong 3-0 win over Chelsea. City scored all 3 goals in the second half, with Nico O'Reilly and Mark Guehi netting within 6 minutes. Before Jeremy Doku sealed the win, the victory cuts the gap on leaders Arsenal to 6 points, with City still having a game in hand. The two sides are now set for a crucial title clash on April 19th. Italy's Yannick Sinner is back at the world number 1 after beating Spain's Carlos Alcaraz in the Monte Carlo Masters final. Sinner won in straight sets 7-6, 6-3 in a closely contested match played in windy conditions. Both players struggled at times, with the wind affecting their shots and leading to several errors. But Sinner held his nerve to secure the win and reclaim top spot in the world tennis rankings. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning. It is now 6 minutes past 8 o'clock. This is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation. 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 FM in Mombasa. Garissa, it's 89.5. In this hour, I want to talk about zoning, the Goon economy, and political tolerance as far as the state of the nation is concerned. To have this conversation, of course, tuko na watu wawili studio. Mmoja ameshafika. Kabla nimuintroduce, Boaz Aruko anasema, tell Odhiambo that I have just nominated Radio Generation for a Kalasha Award. Can the rules allow for this? Sitimuga, you wanted us nominated. Well, Boaz Waruku has just nominated us.
Asante. Bombay Field Marshal nimesema asante sana.
Kabisa.
Actually, why am I telling he can hear me? Yes, asante.
But at the end of the day, amekusikia.
Asante.
George amesema, Mr. Owase, nowadays there are no strict boundaries or fitting people in silos. Content creation can be the umbrella of all broadcasters, actors, etc. All are also content creators. Sawa. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your contribution. Like I said in studio, I do have the Secretary General of Safina Party, that is Joachim Simiyu. Joachim, good morning na karibu tena huku kwetu.
Good morning.
Mimi niko salama kama unavyoniona. God has been good, rather.
I can say he's been actually very good.
Yes, can't complain.
Yes.
Naona pia uko sawa, uko mzima wa afya pia.
Kabisa. I can't complain either.
Karibu sana huko kwetu.
Thank you very much.
Safina wanasemaje? How are things there?
Things are good. We now officially hit the ground from 18th.
Okay.
That has been the
18th of this month or last month?
This month.
Okay.
It has been an everlasting question. Where are you?
What do you mean everlasting?
Everywhere I go,
it comes without stopping.
Yes. So I'm delighted to announce that from 18th,
right,
we will be doing some rounds here and there to get to talk to the Kenyan people.
Yes.
And understand, try to persuade them that we carry the dream Kenya that we've always yearned to achieve.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
There's this issue of the Goon economy. City says it's a growth economy. We have been hearing and seeing goons. Sometimes we do not know whether they are goons or they are just, members of the public just being overly excited. You saw what happened in Kikuyu over the weekend when Rigiji and team went over to Kikuyu. Kulikuanga na drama pale. And then, of course, there is that issue of Senator Osotsi of Vihiga County having been attacked in Kisumu County. What do you make of this particular situation that we are calling Goonism?
I think it's a culture that has been with us for quite some time.
Okay.
I can stretch my memory up to independence, even if I was not there.
Okay.
I am a good reader of things that happened in my absence.
You're a good student of history.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
So just before the advent of our independence, when the Kenyan politicians who attended Lancaster House went to negotiate for our independence, they were together. They were united with a common cause of looking for independence of their country called Kenya.
Yes.
So when the conference was a success and they were sure they are going to be granted self-rule, now that's where the division came in. Because everyone left Lancaster House yearning to be the first president of Kenya.
Okay.
And that's where we get two factions, KANU and KADU. And so there was a time Masinde Muliro, as a party member of KADU, I think he was in Kisumu. And this issue of Luyas and Luos threatening each other has not started today.
Okay.
But the farthest they can go is to threaten each other.
Wait, I have always thought that Luos and Luyas actually are buddies, besties.
Yes, they are. You can even
Mashemeji.
You can watch a Mashemeji derby.
Yes.
Gor Mahia and AFC, and stones are being thrown around. Some are even getting injured.
Wow.
But in the evening, they go to the same drinking den. They tease themselves there as they wait for the next match.
Okay.
So to drive a wedge between these two communities, it's not an easy task. So in that time, when KADU and KANU had a division, Masinde Muliro was attacked in Kisumu. It just happened the way the Osotsi saga has happened.
Okay.
So the Luya community, with their leaders at the time, they released a very heavy-worded press statement.
Okay.
Saying that we are not going to tolerate these Luyas and Luos have been together all this time. So this issue of independence should not bring division.
Okay.
But now again, Masinde Muliro organized.
Aye. After that statement.
Yes. To attack Jaramogi. So later on, Jaramogi was, I think it was here in Nairobi.
Okay.
He was also attacked by now the KADU Goons. And his head was injured. He had to be taken to Kenyatta Hospital. At the time it was being called, it was not Kenyatta.
It was King George.
Yeah, King George. So this issue of goons have been around with us for quite some time. And you actually see how Moi operated with intimidation and all that. And the best illustration of goonism is actually 1992.
When what happened?
I think in Youth for KANU was a formal organization of goons. Yes, to intimidate the people who want.
Did they actually meet violence on anyone?
Yes.
Oh.
Reverend Njoya was caned by someone who is holding a very high office today.
It was called Jeshi la Mzee.
Yes, Jeshi la Mzee. Jeshi la Mzee is typically goons. When you hear about men in black, who are they?
Well, that one, we know men in black.
Yes, they are goons.
ODM military wing.
Yes. So,
okay, I take back my words. Nimeona City akiniangalia design. Nikasahau City ni mtu wa kutoka hiyo sehemu ya inaitwa Muhoroni.
Yes.
So, but yeah, I mean, so you're saying that this thing has been with us?
Yeah, it has been with us. But now, it's the emboldenment that we are witnessing today has never been witnessed before.
Yes.
Because when you see police officers working hand in hand with goons,
yes,
now that's a notch higher. Because what are you telling this young man? When you embolden them to that level, sending them, say you can attack city,
And we'll protect you.
Don't worry about police. Even if you are arrested, we will deal with it. Next time, that goon will not need that decision to attack anyone. They will, once that job of attacking people for political gain is over,
yes,
they will devise other ways of now attacking. Because we witnessed during Maandamano, some people were sent to loot shops. And I can tell you 100%, the young people who are looting during the demonstrations, they were not arrested. None of them was shot. The only people who are nursing gunshot wounds today are the ones that were demonstrating genuinely.
Okay.
And so who did not break into any shop.
Yes. So when we talk about this goon culture, it has come to a point where as a politician, you need your own young people to be your security, because your opponent has their own. And if we are not careful, we are being told we are going to Singapore. We could be heading to Haiti. And that's a very bad phenomenon, because looking at the senator like Osotsi being attacked in broad daylight, and I can tell you that case will go nowhere, because the system protects its own.
DC has already arrested some 3 fellows.
That's where it ends. What are they being charged with?
With that assault. I don't know the charge.
No. Exactly. They are being charged with robbery with violence.
Oh, that is what the charge sheet says.
Yes. Robbery with violence. There will be insufficient evidence in court, and they will be let free.
Because nothing was robbed.
Because the prosecution has to prove that they had a motive to rob the senator. But if it was assault and attempted murder, that I would understand. You see, it's by design to be charged with a robbery with violence.
You're saying that is the charge that has been put on them?
Yes. According to me, I don't see why 15 young people can attack you in broad daylight and hit you for more than 3 minutes and they are not taking anything. That's not robbery. A person who has come to rob you, he has identified the item you are carrying, and them hitting you is to immobilize you for them to be able to pick it.
Yes.
But when you look at the video of how Senator Osotsi was being attacked, that was not robbery. They had come intentionally to assault the senator, and I think the appropriate charge should be assault and attempted murder.
Okay.
Even robbery with violence, they will be given bail. That case will die. The way hii ingine ya mafuta imekufa. So this we need to get to a point where, and this goon culture helps some politicians in a way that it takes away time to engage in meaningful issues.
Okay.
Now the time to engage in meaningful issues is taken over by violence and running around and threatening other opponents and showing ile ubabe. Kwamba, in this case, I am the one with the best goons in town, so you can't tell me anything. And this is the culture we have had for some time, and it is going to turn against us.
Why?
Because the young man you have emboldened and sent to attack a senator, kama anaweza piga senator, ni nani hawezi piga? And next time, I think these people are going to behave like military mercenaries. They will only be loyal to the paycheck. So you can pay that goon to attack senator. Tomorrow that senator will call the same person.
You know, it's interesting you should say that, because the history, and I'm glad you took us back to just pre-independence. Post-independence, you'll find that because we had one dominant party, there was the youth wing. The term was, you're a youth winger. The political party had youth wingers. Now, within the youth wingers, you'd find those who had a political role, and that's what they did. And then they were enforcers.
Yes.
Now, what you say about the danger is true, because one didn't see this morphing into then what we saw in 92 and 97. The same goon culture was manifested in what we called tribal clashes. They were not tribal clashes. In 1992, if you lived on the border if you stayed in Moroni, like where I live, and you border the Nandi on the one hand and the Kipsigis on the other, there was violence that took place on the border and people got killed. In Molo and the environs, it was worse. The focus on this so-called tribal clashes was more or less an organized clash between two communities.
Yes.
And it caught on, and others were also involved in it. Now, nobody had seen 2008 because we're not there yet. But many of these activities were state-sponsored. Because when you talked to the neighbors on either side, none of them knew the people who had brought about the attack. None. So it was like a group who, if someone is your neighbor, he's your neighbor, you know them.
You know them.
People have intermarried, even if you know them. So this is where now the neighbors did not know who these people were. So they came, caused chaos. The understanding was that if they caused enough chaos, the neighbors would fight each other. That didn't happen. Then we saw something equally bizarre happening at the coast with a group called Kaya Bombo. The first action that they had was to burn a police station at Likoni, and they killed policemen and took ammunition. Then the government descended on them. The details of that particular activity is not in the public domain. As somebody who grew up at the coast, the number of people who died, not only was it bizarre, but you've never heard of any militant group ever rearing their head in that region. The last time we had was Mombasa, but that was just political rhetoric. We bring it to modern times and we look at LDP, the formation of LDP before they became NDP. And you look at areas where there's a large population of young men and there is no clear path as to the opportunities that are presented to them. They then very easily morph into these groups that are called gangs. One of the things that perhaps the public is spared from is when there are various gangs, they tend to concentrate on fighting each other and killing each other. They don't actually fight the public.
The non-members.
But of significance was in Kisumu town, where there was a gentleman called Oile. Oile was the mayor.
The mayor.
Yes, he and Raila had running battles. Not the two of them, they're goons.
They are goons, yes.
Yes. But so that we understand it, in the Mashimeji backyard of Luyaland, Western Kenya, there was a group called Angola Msumbiji. Yes, sir. There was a guy called Ambwere. Ambwere, which was said then, was a person who was like the paymaster of Angola Msumbiji. And in the 92, problem 97, Angola Msumbiji were actually mobilized to fight off these so-called people who were bringing about tribal clashes. President Moi actually spoke on it and even called Ambwere by name. Why? Because among the people that the Luya, that area border, is also the Nandi. Okay? Now, if you want to understand the significance of some of these battles, is that in Kisumu, they had a group called Baghdad Boys in Luoland. Now, among the people whom the Baghdad Boys listened to and favored was Raila Odinga.
Yes.
Now, and they are the ones who would bring on some of these fights that you saw. Many young people died. When HIV came along, this group all were among some of the casualties of HIV. The work that many of these young people did, apart from either providing the so-called protection to politicians and what have you, or disrupting rallies, they ended up working in the bus park. They were my numbers. But by that time, one didn't hear of Baghdad Boys. The group was then called Marine. I'm talking about an ecosystem, I understand. They were there for some time and they dominated that particular scene up until the time when a new group called China came about. They are the ones who are now the reigning Goon squad in that particular region.
China.
They're called China, yes. They were very young people in those early days. Many of them are businessmen as well. Some have butcheries, some have other businesses. So when you talk about the state now seeking to actually engage these people, they're engaging organized groups that have a leadership structure. And they know, where these people live. Remember, when I call the growth industry, they're the same people used for mobilizing crowds. Same group. And you are asked specifically, what do you want? Do you want people who can cheer? Do you want people who can jeer? Do you want people, women who will ululate when you specify what you want?
So it's a whole menu.
Yes, it's a menu.
They are service providers.
Yes, and then they tell you it will cost so much.
Yes,
and you will get what you've paid for.
100%.
If your job is to disrupt, they'll bring for you fellows who know how to disrupt rallies. If you want some people beaten but not harmed, they will cane you. There'll be no injury that'll get you hospitalized.
Yes.
But you'll be in pain for quite some time. Okay.
So my biggest worry, I had the Minister for Interior the other day.
Yes.
Speaking. It was a function somewhere. And he said he actually knows that the members of the opposition who are organizing goons, that these goons belong to some of these people who are in opposition. This is a Minister for Interior speaking like that. I wonder what is he doing about it, because if the minister knows that Joachim has goons,
yes,
and according to how he was saying it, it is something the government doesn't want, or it's illegal.
Yeah.
Do you come and talk about it like an activist, or you use the law to apprehend those people and take them to court? You see, this issue of people in government speaking as if they have no power to do anything.
It's a narrative that is being created, and it's a back and forth narrative, because you'll find people in the opposition also saying it is government sponsored, and it's not difficult to tell who has sponsored them, by the way. It is not difficult at all. And the government will also say it is people. What I'm saying is this: if I look at the region where my ancestry can be found, politicians have gotten for themselves groups of these young men under their pay. So the election that we're going into promises to be an extremely violent one, unless this thing is taken care of. This group that I spoke to, that I referred to as Angola Msumbiji in Western, they didn't die. They just morphed. When you bring back that discussion again to Mungiki, that terrorized central Kenya, ask yourself, how does it begin? Any area where there are very many young people and they do not have any clear path to opportunity, it is very easy for them
to get into
to morph into gangs. Mungiki did not begin as what we see. They were in the transport industries.
Yeah, it always begins as a good thing.
They were in the transport industry, creating order in the transport industry. The religious aspect of it that came to the culturalization led by somebody called Ngonyo Wagatonya, the Tent of the Living God, as it was called, facing Mount Kenya, that has morphed into chamas and kiamas and what have you. That is not what those groups started off as. In fact, President Mo is credited with having allowed these young men to bring about order to the matatu industry. Okay? In the 1990s, there was a KANU chairman in Nakuru who even gave instructions that people's 2 fingers should be chopped off. Yes, those who were opposing the government.
Ukiinua mbili wanakata moja.
Wanakata moja.
Ndo ibaki KANU mama, KANU baba.
Yes. Now, if you want, let me tell you a funny story about Goons. This one you'll actually find funny. There was a case that arose somewhere in those 90s where but this is after we had gotten multipartism, right? And the problem was that one Mr. James Orengo went at a press conference. He had been chased by goons. And there's a picture of Raila taken when he was addressing a crowd, and the people standing behind him, and said, "You see those guys standing behind Raila? Those are the guys who chased me." They wanted to cause him harm.
Yes.
He and Raila were not speaking the same language. They were not in the same party.
Was it the Battle of Sega?
Yes, that's the one. You've got it. So what then transpired, the late Utino Kajwang comes up and defends and says, actually, we cannot stop our supporters from standing behind the leader. That we cannot do. But he also points out something, and he says, but these fellows that Orengo is complaining about, were they not in court the other day, and was he not their lawyer? I'm buttressing your point.
Yes.
Those goons don't have loyalty.
They don't.
Except to money. The only person whom they seem to have loyalty towards in the time that I have observed was Raila Odinga.
Otherwise, these ones.
Yeah.
No.
Kidogo tricky.
No, these are commercial. These are commercial.
It's a commercial activity.
Yeah.
Why it is being said the government is using them, and what it is the government hopes that they will do. You know, many things are said about this. If you look at the region of, say, Kisumu and the environs, what is being said is that these are people who are going to be used to force people to vote in a particular way. And I'm thinking,
how?
That's my question. And I'm thinking, but you'll achieve the complete opposite result. Forcing someone to vote. How do you ascertain
or create voter apathy?
Yes.
Maybe what they can do is scuttle that vote in voter suppression.
Voter suppression.
That's what it's called, voter apathy.
So when you wake up and you hear that the polling station where you vote is violent,
kuna goons utaenda,
you are like, wacha ningoje nione. Then shughuli ingine natokea, you end up not voting. So by people not voting, then maybe the government will achieve its objective of perpetuating itself in power even further.
The best well-laid plans of man and mice, you will think that this is what will happen, but there's never any guarantee that what you plan will happen is what will actually happen. No. Did you see the overwhelming voting that took place in the year 2002? If you had told Moi in 1992 that was what was going to happen, he would never have believed it. Nobody would have believed it. If you had told them that the narrative that the political rivalries between the Luos and Kikuyus would actually find commonality, and that the rivalry would cease and they would vote for one person, and the Luos would actually vote in a Kikuyu, they would have told you, we will wait to see that day. That won't happen. It happened. So what am I saying? These are things that Moi had not seen. But there's the other narrative. Those who were in the opposition then were as shambolic, if I may use the Kenyan word, as these ones. There was Ford. Then when they got multipartyism, wakatawanyika immediately.
Yes.
Ford Kenya, Ford this, Ford the other. It took them 10 years to figure out that, you know something, we actually need to unite in order to win this thing.
To take away this.
Yes, we actually need 10 years. There were attempts in between, and none of them were successful.
And when you actually look at the elections around 2002, even the opposition did not crystallize until like 3 months to election.
And even then, we didn't know that Kibaki was going to be president until the very day.
The very day.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the question of who is going to be your candidate was there at that time. And it's here today. Everyone is like, okay, we know William Ruto is the candidate, the other side.
But this other side?
But who is going to be your candidate? That's all we are saying.
Yeah.
Things will crystallize in due time. Naambiwa Wamalwa kijana used to just go and watch cartoon and go campaign kidogo and goes back to Westlands to watch cartoon. But at the end of the day, they won election and he became vice president. So there is no need for alarm.
On the tail of Kijana Wamalwa hangs a very interesting narrative and aspect of politics.
Yes.
Something that you must pay very keen attention to. It's called the role of chance. Kijana Wamalwa was not the deputy party leader of his party.
Yes.
Jaramogi was the leader. Paul Muite was his deputy.
Yes.
Then Wamalwa was number 3. Paul Muite leaves. He just left. He eventually formed Safina with Liki and so forth. So when he leaves, Jaramogi is dead. Wamalwa becomes deputy and then party leader. Chance. Who would have foreseen that Jaramogi was going to die at the time he did? Who would have foreseen that Muite was going to leave? Nobody saw it. Then comes 2002. Kibaki and Wamalwa are dilly-dallying together. There's a dalliance between them trying to bring in a Charity Ngilu, trying to bring in who. There's all that attempt. When Kibaki toshas, the person whom he had been in dalliance with was Kijana Wamalwa. And as you say correctly, Kijana Wamalwa becomes what?
Vice President.
Yes.
And even before the election, the attention was more on Kanu than the Kibakis and Wamalwas.
Exactly.
No one was paying attention to them. They look like they have no gravitas to do anything to the Kanu establishment.
In fact, up until the time when Raila led a group of people to leave Kanu, Raila was, a known figure in politics. But that was the peak of his prowess, that one. Because people felt Moi was unshakable.
Yes. But like, how can you take away Moi?
You couldn't. Nobody could fathom. Then Raila leaves.
With the
and other people follow.
And
so suddenly, Raila was thrust into a limelight that nobody in Kenya had been in. Because this was the person who, when he joined Kanu, people said, sell out. Then when he leaves, suddenly, and he left with very many Kanu stalwarts.
The Nyachais,
you name it, Saitoti, Kalonzo, just name it. They left. So now they're on this other side. So it meant this fellow had the power to do things that ordinarily, before that he could not do. And the country was listening to him. This is a man who had successfully opposed Kanu and gutted it. So they said, this one. That's the guy. So when he says, Kibaki ni tosha, people said,
it is what it is.
It is what it is. Now, again, role of chance. When he left, I don't think he knew these other fellows would leave. There are things that happen in the political realm that people like taking credit for. And with hindsight, they like giving reasons as to why it worked out that way. And yet, it had nothing to do with it. Humanly speaking, there's nothing they could have done to bring about that situation.
Spontaneity.
Yes. Now, if you come to the time that we're living in now, and you look at our politics in the opposition, that so-called united opposition is anything but united. Okay, that's number one. Number two, they are the most colorless and convincing lot of people you've ever come across.
So I was asking myself the other day, when people were fighting Moi in 1992,
yes,
they had the target set out. That why are we engaging in all this? So that we get multi-party. And we have a section in the Constitution that has to be repealed. Section 2A. So they had a target that this is what we are going for. And they achieved it. They tried the IPPG in 1997. In 2002, people were coming together to tell Moi goodbye.
They were.
That was what they wanted. And when you look at even Raila in 2010, it was to change the constitution. The fight was defined. But today, I was looking at Gachagwa's rally in Kikuyu. So I was wondering, okay, what are we fighting for here? Okay, why are we in Kikuyu? Is it to campaign against Ruto or to campaign against Ishungwa? Because if Ishungwa is our problem, why don't we just field a candidate against him?
Yes.
And campaign for him and send him home?
Yes.
It's easier that way. But if we go there, kuonyesha ubabe, then he will be tempted to respond in the similar manner. And what you saw was what actually was happening. So,
who to respond in a similar manner? You mean Ichungwa?
Yes.
Okay.
I fail to understand. What's the target?
What would have happened if this Rigiji brigade had gone to Kikuyu, done their thing, wazunguke the entire Kikuyu area, alafu ende nyumbani?
Nothing could have happened.
Of which they eventually had their day. Anyway.
They eventually had their day. And that's where we need to talk about political tolerance. The following day, Ichungwa could organize his own rally and rebuttal what Gachagua has said. Which means there's nothing wrong about it. But we need to have a target.
Okay.
And a desired outcome. that why are we engaging into all this? Because ABCD has to happen. And some of the people have been even asking us, Safina, are you going joining
government or
United Opposition? One thing we all agree in all these sections in opposition,
yes,
is that William Ruto has to go home. That's the agreement across board. But now,
how to achieve that?
No.
Yeah.
That's not even a problem.
Okay. What do you mean? Me, I see it as a big problem.
No. To achieve the Ruto going home
yes,
is not a problem.
All right.
The biggest problem here is what to do after Ruto going.
Ah, okay.
Because when you talk to any presidential hopeful and tell him, fanya hivi, don't tell us about what William Ruto has done. We all know. If it's lying, we all know it. Don't. Let us talk to you imagining that now Ruto is not there.
Yes.
Take us through your presidency. What kind of Kenya are we going to have? Take us through education during your time as president. Take us through youth employment. We will struggle a lot. Most of us in opposition, they talk in past tense.
Okay. What do you mean?
We had 2 hours of prime time of my friend Kalonzo with the JKL.
When?
Jeff Koinange. Jeff Koinange. So the actually the title of the show was Kalonzo's Plan. After 2 hours of his time on the show, the plan was still not visible. He was talking about how he was the vice president of the best president of Kenya. He was talking about how he was because Jeff asked him one question. What is your achievement after 40 years of active politics?
Yes.
I think in the first place that question is wrong. Why? Because for a person who has been in politics for 40 years, the question should not be what is your achievement. It ought to have been, among all these things you have done, which one of them is your best? Not to be asked what is your achievement, which means people are not saying what you have achieved.
Okay.
So if we have a person in the opposition who is a presidential hopeful, 40 years of active politicking.
Yes.
But we are asking him, what is your achievement? Because I remember in 1990, Kalonzo was deputy speaker, and he moved a motion in parliament to bar media from covering the proceedings of parliament. Which means there was an attempt that issues of the people being discussed in parliament should be done in darkness. And it's that parliament that decides this is what goes to the public, this is not. And you can ask anybody. I saw Matiang'i also. We were on space yesterday discussing a few issues. Most of the time, it's about past tense again. We did Linda Mama with the Jubilee. We did free maternity health care. We know all that. What we want to know is, don't talk to us as a minister or how you were behaving while holding that docket as minister. Take us through your presidency. Matiang'i, wewe sasa ni rais. What do we expect?
Okay.
That has become a challenge.
It will continue being a challenge.
And mimi nasemanga hivi. Among all these parties that we have, the only party that can talk for 4 hours without mentioning Ruto, just articulating the agenda, is Safina Party. There is no other one. If there is, I would like to know. Because if the question is about the agenda, then we have it. If the question is knowing the problem and the antidote to it, we have it. If that is the biggest qualification, then what else do we need? Because if you bring together ethnic calculations, we might achieve actually sending Ruto home with ethnic calculations. Mount Kenya, later 5 million. Western Kenya to boost the numbers to 3 million. Tuongeze, the Kamba, and all these other pockets. We hit 15 million. We are actually going to win. But that becomes now the beginning of the job, of the task we are asking for. Because winning here is not the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is we are winning to do what? How do we deal with housing after winning? Because William Ruto going home atawacha hizi manyumba amejenga hapa. He will not go with it. How do we deal with SHA? Now that we've always complained about it, what is our thought around it? Because we will be the ones in office. How do you now deal with state house spending? The other day, I saw Madam Kindiki spending 20 million every day.
I think on that issue of SHA, many of the opposition leaders have said once they're in office, they will go back to NHIF.
That's what they say about everything. When you ask them, they tell you that we will do the opposite of what
has been done.
I mean, I'm paraphrasing. That's what they're telling you now. How does that help you?
No, for us in Safina, our plan is completely different.
Okay.
We have not mentioned NHIF. We didn't like it when it was there. So we can't say we miss it today. We've always wanted people to access health care because you are Kenyan. And we have enough money being pilfered by people in government.
Okay.
We can utilize that money to make sure that you, as City Muga, the only thing you need to access health care is your ID to prove that you are actually Kenyan. Because in calculation, with the 200 billion every year, you are able to provide that service. And with the money that we are spending on non-issues, because in my thinking, when you come up with anything, it has to be tailored to solve a particular problem. The person who made this microphone, it's to amplify the voice, particularly for it. Ukitaka kuitumia as something else, it will not work.
Okay.
Now, what problems are we trying to solve in our society by renovating bombers? Is it to boost tourism? If it's about tourism, but we have had other countries that brings tourists complaining that we are corrupt, that even security checks in our airport is wanting. So how does that translate into bringing revenue into the country? And if we bring revenue, how are we sure that it will not be stolen? When you are building houses, what problem are you solving? Is it an issue of housing? Is it an issue of job creation? Is it an issue of finding soko for people who supply building material? So actually, I am not worried about winning this election. My biggest issue is what do we do?
You know, in 2013, there's a child of a tycoon in Malaysia who went to Harvard Business School as a student, and then he participated in some competition, and then he won $25,000. It was seed capital for a company, an idea that he had.
Yes.
And then he went back after graduation. He went back to Malaysia, his home country, and then built his company. And over time, it's a logistics company, kama Uber, Nike, Bolt. It was initially called My Taxi. Then eventually now he renamed it to Grab. Now Grab is the biggest logistics company in Malaysia and the neighboring countries. And what happened, Uber, when they went there, they realized they cannot compete with Grab. You know, the company is called Grab.
Yes.
And they
Grab Sokoyote.
Yeah, so what they did, they sold their stake of Uber in that company to this gentleman, and then the CEO of Uber became a board of part of the directors. The board. Exactly. Now that company is worth from $25,000. It is now valued at $2 billion, going upwards.
Yes. US dollars.
US dollars. Yes. Now, the reason I've told you that story is because I can see you guys have got an idea as an opposition, whether you are part of the United or not. You said across board, everyone has agreed on one term. And then you said that unaona shida after the one term, because once President Ruto leaves, mutakuwa in problems, because now Kenyans are going to be calling you again one term.
Hata hatutakuwa one term.
Mutakuwa no term.
If we don't deliver after sending Ruto home, it's hard to finish one term.
You'll be no term, right?
We can be half term.
So if you can see these holes,
yes,
in the because you guys need each other anyway. If you're going to unseat the incumbent,
yes,
why isn't that part of the conversation?
It is actually part of the conversation. I believe so.
We don't see it because you're saying, for example, as Safina Party, you've got these solid plans, and I believe they're solid because when you explain them, they actually sound solid. On the matters of odious debt, you're now nakubaliana nyinyi 100%. On the issue of education, and right now you're actually even talking about health. See, those are solid plans. And you're saying very well, Kalonzo Musyoka sat in an interview for 2 hours and you couldn't pick out anything out of it. So if you guys are seeing that problem, we are 14 months to the election.
Yes.
Then what are you doing?
What we are doing is, first of all, before we even sit on the table with anyone and discuss how we come together, what we have not done as Safina Party, we have not really been out there telling people what our agenda is. The people who know what we are about are people who have the opportunity to listen to radio like this, podcasts and all that. So we have a job to do of going to where an ordinary Kenyan is and telling him of our plan. Once we are done with now telling the Kenyans and them understanding what the problem is and how to solve it, now we can come back to the table and say, hey, Kalonzo, what do you think about this? Because when we sit on the table discussing who should now be the candidate, the thing is, what are you bringing on the table? And in this case, it's not money. What is your agenda for the people? If there is anybody on that table who will present a more solid, practical agenda than Safina, we have no problem. The coalition forming should not be targeted just to winning election. It should be, we should imagine a Kenya without President Ruto. He's just one person. He can't be a very big problem. No. The biggest problem is William Ruto knows that the kind of mess that has been created, it needs a very good mind as the next president. And I pity if there will come a president who will have no idea of what to do. Namuhurumia heri hata siran. Kwa sababu the kind of mess that has been created, it needs boldness and goodwill from the people. Because look here, in 2025, as we were crossing over to 2026, this government went and borrowed 27.8 billion. For what? To implement CBC. And particularly to ensure that there is 100% transition of grade 10 learners. There will be teacher facilitation, building of new classrooms to make sure that CBC is working. And in this case, grade 10 learners have had a what? 100% transition. 27.8 billion. With 33 million USD, was it USD? A grant to actually help in that. We both know the kind of situation we've witnessed during the transition of these grade 10 learners. Parents spent not less than 30,000 from each parent to make sure that their children can go to school. When the government has borrowed money for the project of making sure that the parent is cushioned from this cost, now that money has been directed to elsewhere. Now that it did not do the project intended for, my assumption is that it has been stolen.
It has been eaten.
Sasa hii wizi ni mara mbili. Because taxes are tax in advance. And a debt, ukienda ukope loan, it's tax in advance. So ile loan tumekopa leo, we will pay using our taxes later.
Okay.
So the taxes the Kenyan people shall be paying in 2029 will be used to pay the debt they borrowed in 2025. Now, Wakenya wanaibiwa mara ngapi?
Mbili.
Ile pesa ilikopwa wamekula. alafu sasa wanakuja kuchukua taxes kulipa ile loan yenye hawakufaidika nayo. So, and the other day, the Auditor General said,
yes,
the government went and borrowed money to do underground cabling for Kenya Power. Kenya Power itself was not aware of such borrowing
such a project.
Such a project. So the the organization that is in charge of implementing the project we are borrowing for is not aware of any such project. But we've already borrowed the money.
It's alarming, isn't it? Because we'd have assumed, if we had to follow their own policy of bottom up, that the bottom being Kenya Power,
yes,
they were the ones who would have come up with a plan of what they want to do. So
to take it up there,
yes,
it gets approved,
so that
money comes.
It meets the needs of the plan they have.
It's bottom up, right? But now, it's not even up bottom, it's just up there. So, in understanding of all these problems, the president that shall be sworn in Kasarani, because we wanted to swear our new president in Talanta, but it has no track. So, hakuna mahali ya hiyo gari kuzunguka akisalimia watu. So, we will just go back to Kasarani. We want, after swearing him in, to make a decree.
Yes.
That tumemwapisha kama Friday. Kwamba next Monday, no debt payment. That should be the first thing the president says.
That will be your version of Nikiekele Biblia chini.
Yes. Decree nafaa kuwa imekuwa made at the swearing in, saying that on Monday, any creditor, if we owe you any money as a government, as a country, come to KICC. Tell us how much you gave us, for what project, who are the signatories.
Yes.
If any loan did not tick all the boxes in our guiding principle of public finance management.
What is in our laws?
What is in our law? That they borrowed money against this law that we have. Wewe tafuta ule mtu ulipea pesa.
Akulipe.
If it is Henry Rotich, he's somewhere here in Rift Valley. Look for him. If it is P.S. Thuge, he is here as government CBK governor.
Yes.
Look for him. The people that are borrowing on behalf of Kenyans will have to carry the burden. And that will make sure that next time, if a government attempts to borrow money, even the creditors will do due diligence. That hii pesa mnakopesha Kenyan government, if you make sure it's according to their law. Otherwise, they will not pay.
What about consequences for those that actually have plundered that money here within here? When you walienda waka withdraw mahali bila the right procedures and so on.
So they carry the cross. It's not your burden as an ordinary Kenyan to pay for what didn't benefit you. And as a Kenyan, for you to be said that you gave consent to anything being done by your government, it has to be done by parliament, because it's a house of representatives of the people. Now, if parliament did not approve any borrowing, which means you as an ordinary Kenyan, you did not give consent to that borrowing. So who did it without the consent of the people? Because every chapter in our constitution derives the power to do its job from the people. That everything you do, whether as president, whether as Auditor General, whether as anyone, it is power donated to you by the people. So if you give consent to borrowing without the consent of the people, then you carry the cross.
Okay.
If you're telling us that next month we are paying 215 billion to World Bank, very nice. But again, what did we do with it? President Ruto is borrowing to a tune of 1.1 trillion every year. That's almost 4 billion every day, every month. But you can imagine that even after borrowing 1 trillion in a year, for us to build Mau Rirone Road,
Yes.
we have to take savings in NSSF. That 45% of the Mau Rirone Road project shall be financed by NSSF savings, which means that the money we borrowed was not enough to do project. But again, the Constitution says that we can only borrow for
development.
So, are we really, when we ask questions about the borrowing of government, is it because we hate the president?
No.
No. So the next president that is coming must understand this conversation. So when we sit on that table to now bring a homogeneous group against the president, everyone must understand that our biggest problem
is our debt.
Because as we stand here, it's eating 81.2% of our revenue.
All right. We're taking a short break, of course. When we come back, we also to discuss this whole issue of zoning and what Safina Party thinks as far as that is concerned. So don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Detectives in Kisumu have found the body of 21-year-old Riyadh College student in Riyadh Forest days after she was reported missing. Police said the woman was lured to a drinking spree, drugged, sexually assaulted, and later killed. Her body, which had stab wounds, was discovered during investigations. One suspect, identified as Stephen Coleman Okoth, has been arrested, while police are searching for the other people believed to be involved. Investigations into the case are ongoing. Former Cabinet Secretary Raphael Tuju has said his life is in danger of an ongoing land dispute, accusing state agencies of acting in disregard of court rulings in his favor. Speaking after church service at St. Stephen's Cathedral Milimani in Kisumu, Tuju questioned the deployment of more than 100 police officers to his private property, calling it unlawful and unjustified.
I think I would be stupid not to know that my life is in danger. The current states should never pretend, in case they kill me, because they're the only ones who would want to kill me now, because they want my land, and the only thing standing between them and that land is me.
Over 50 Kenyan productions have been featured on international platforms since 2018, showing steady growth in the country's creative industry, according to Kenya Film Commission CEO Timothy Owase. Speaking on Radio Generation today, he said Kenyan stories are increasingly gaining global attention, driven by young, tech-savvy creatives. He added that while the industry is performing well internationally, there is still room for improvement and expansion.
Today, from the year 2018 to where we are now, we have over 50 products on international platforms.
Okay.
That in itself gives you an impetus that we are actually doing well, but we can do much better. When you look at the Kenyan production qualities, I think we are doing very well as compared to other African countries. I do not want to mention any specific country, but I can assure you we are doing very well because we have tech-savvy young people who are interested to work in this particular industry. Majority of our young people are ready to tell our stories. The challenges are there, but I look at these challenges as opportunities. These are challenges of infrastructure. Think about funding, as well as industry organization, where I would encourage creators to work together, form strong guilds that can be able to champion how they do their stuff.
Religious leaders from Christian and Muslim communities have raised concern over rising political intolerance and hooliganism in the country. Speaking on Sunday, the clerics warned that the growing trend of violence and unrest could lead to instability if not addressed. The provost of All Saints Cathedral, Nairobi Evans Omolo, cautioned that continued tensions risk pushing the country into chaos or even conflict.
We are gravely concerned that the mushrooming culture of Goonism is really undermining the integrity of our leadership in this country. We want to ask our political leaders, whether elected or appointed, serving in government or outside of government, to recognize that responsible citizenship requires conformity to the laws of Kenya.
The U.S. military says it will begin a blockade of all Iranian ports within hours after peace talks in Pakistan collapsed, with Washington accusing Iran of refusing to abandon its nuclear ambitions. This comes despite a ceasefire agreed earlier in the week aimed at pausing the 6-week conflict. Tensions remain high over demands linked to the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, a key global shipping route through which a large share of the world's oil passes. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. The time right now is 6 minutes past 9 o'clock. In studio, I'm with the Secretary General of Safina Party, Joakim Simiyu, and of course CT Muga kwa hapa. Kahoma kamemleta juu lakini pia amekaleta mbio venye kamemleta. Si tuko sawa?
Niko sawa.
Niwaambia wakuletee ile 15-year-old uji.
Kwenda huko.
15-year-old uji. Siroja President Uhuru alituambia anapendanga kunywa uji. Anyway, unajua kuna uji na kuanga blended na kuna ile inakuanga single. So
but do you know he's actually not wrong?
Come again?
He's not wrong. You know why?
Yeah. Who, President Uhuru?
No, when calling it uji, he's actually correct. Do you know how busa is made?
I know how busa is made.
Precisely, busa ni uji.
Ni uji kabisa?
Yes, I've actually brewed busa. I know how it's made.
Just fermented. Now, if you take it to the next level of distillation,
yes,
you get a spirit. So he's not wrong.
He's not wrong. Ni uji.
It becomes a vodka. But Joakim, karibu tena sana. Yes. There are some comments here on social media. Acha nisome tu kidogo hapa kwa YouTube. Njuki Mungaya amesema, ask Joakim when Wanjigi is coming out of the bunker. Is he in a bunker?
I told you.
He's
it's
in a bunker.
An everlasting question.
Yes.
You see, they always say the bunker because he's been accused that home. His house has a bunker.
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
So nyumba kama ni yako.
So wewe
utakuweka bunker, shida iko hapo.
Siweke.
Yes.
Yes. It's only that his is known, but so many Kenyans have bunkers in their house.
Alafu kuna Nambafu Emmanuel amesema Joakim, man of facts. Majok amesema Goonism is bad, but it is wrong for people to insinuate that it started today. From the time of Ambala and the death of Owiti to Oile, Awudi, Ogada et al. Polycarp Ochieng amesema I love the history from our elder CT. Shariki anasema, as I said last week, before Osotsi predicament, as the days go by, we become more and more like Haiti, and it's by design. Tulienda benchmarking. Guy. Isaiah.
Tukumbali na Haiti, by the way.
Big Daddy Kula amesema most of the opposition chiefs are part of the loans that are owed by the government. Simiyu, and then there's DK. Simiyu is spot on. As a state officer, if you make an illegal decision, you are held individually
accountable.
And severally culpable. The nonsense I was ordered should stop. Okay. Hapo kwa opposition chiefs anasema some of these guys in opposition walikuanga gava at one point and they are part of those loans that you mentioned. Perhaps care to comment?
Now you understand why we are the only ones talking about loans. Because you cannot probe something that you are culpable,
that you are part of.
Yes, you see, the reason why the debt agenda can only be discussed by very few people within the political space is because very few people have not benefited from it.
Yes.
Because right now, when you ask these people in government about the loan issues, how do we end up with such a very big debt stock?
Yes.
They will point fingers to Kenyatta's regime. And they will speak so angrily about Uhuru Kenyatta and all that. So I was wondering, when you say the previous regime is the one that is responsible for borrowing,
yes.
So I start thinking, who are the people in that regime? Uhuru Kenyatta was not the only person. He was not running government alone. He was president. Then who was his deputy? He is president today.
Right.
At the time when questions were being asked about the Eurobond, who defended government with everything he had?
Who?
President Ruto.
Okay.
I remember, and I have talked about this interview several times, when he was speaking to Hussein Mohammed at Citizen TV, defending government about the accusation that it has stolen Eurobond 1. He said that some things are beyond believability. That you cannot accuse government of conniving with some people in the US to steal from Kenyans. That even saying the Eurobond has been stolen is total nonsense. Today, that person who was defending borrowing of government is president. Tukimuuliza madeni ati ni Uhuru Kenyatta. So he wants to take credit for what Jubilee government did. But every wrongdoing of Jubilee government, he was not part of it.
Okay.
The person that was interviewing him that time is head of communications at State House today. Okay. At that time, who was the Minister for Finance? Henry Rotich, who we have seen in court for so many times. Who was the PS for Finance?
Wait, wasn't he acquitted, Henry?
What else do you expect?
Okay.
His PS is now the governor of Central Bank, Kamau Thuge.
Yes.
The accountant general of that time was Bernard Mwiruri.
In fact, what is of interest, the person who was governor of Central Bank then became CS of Treasury.
Yes. You can imagine. Was it
Professor Ndungu?
John Ndungu. He was the Central Bank governor during that time. So when we ask questions about government borrowing, even if you point out at the previous regime,
right,
the majority leader of that time, who moved an amendment to the Public Finance Management Act,
yes,
was Aden Duale, who is now leading SHA, and you expect SHA to work. Who seconded that motion that the amendment should be done? Is the current Minister for Finance, John Mbadi. So, do we have any new faces in the government that was not there during Uhuru's time? No. So when we ask questions about people who have benefited from
odious debt,
is Kalonzo, can he be absolved of it? If you are being sponsored by Uhuru Kenyatta to run for president,
right,
can you talk about odious debt?
Are you suggesting that Kalonzo has been funded by the
if you are chairman, or if you are party leader of Azimio, who is the chairman for Azimio? Uhuru Kenyatta.
Right.
So, am I wrong for saying he's not in cahoots with Uhuru?
Okay. I want to talk about zoning, because one thing I also want to understand is how Safina plans to
deal with zoning.
Not deal with zoning per se, but I mean, if that's part of your agenda, why not? But in terms of even just fielding candidates.
Safina is a peculiar party. we can't say that we have an ethnic stronghold. Mahali tunaweza enda tuseme sasa hapa Murang'a tumeweka hapa ni kwetu. No. And for the people who are saying zoning, I think if you believe that your party is popular, strong, and the people like it, why are you afraid when I come to field a candidate in Homa Bay? If you believe that by running on ODM gives you a few steps ahead, why should you be afraid of Safina in Homa Bay?
Maybe for the same reason they would prefer the opposition fields one presidential candidate as opposed to several. It will split the votes.
Even if we split the votes, the worst that can happen is a runoff. Because with the 2 horse races in 2022, 2022, William Ruto won with 200,000 votes. Which means that if we have 2 strong opposition running, he does not get 50+1.
Okay.
He will be part of the people who will be negotiating for Arira. That's what he's afraid of. That's why anataka kujua nyinyi candidate yenyu ni gani. Hapana, hata hana shida na agenda. Candidate ni nani? So amekuwa akijaribu kujichagulia candidate.
Ndiye ajue atatuanga nani.
Yes, anaamuka hivi anatukana Kalonzo to elevate Kalonzo so that he becomes his competitor. Anaona hapana. Anarudi kwa Gachagua, then he realizes but Gachagua cannot run. Anarudi kwa Matiang'i. So the government is wondering who are we running against? Who do we insult?
Okay.
Ukituma mtu kwa media kama hapa anakuja kupiga nani? So this is why they are talking about the opposition not having an agenda. You see,
but are they wrong? Does the opposition actually have an agenda?
Yes, it is.
But are the people asking those questions? Do they have an agenda? You cannot be a prefect of the agenda if you don't have one. If your agenda is to sell building material and affordable housing, how is that even helpful to us?
You see, Neseti namtetea, but he has that, what is it called, the advantage of incumbency. So he is working, even if he doesn't work to the level that you expect, at the end of the day, he has got that advantage. He can say this road, and then the road appears. He can say this bridge, and then the bridge appears.
Like the way Wanagwara barabara. I'm not an engineer, and I've never done construction. But is that how roads are constructed?
Which road are you referring to?
Mauri Road.
I have no idea. What I will tell you is this, when you talk of an agenda, I don't think that there's any political party or grouping that doesn't have an agenda. They do. My question would be, the agenda that they have, how does it rhyme with the aspirations of the Kenyans?
Yes.
Because, and if they claim that it does, how does it? What is it about it that actually rhymes? You see, there's a very large discussion whenever we talk political matters among the citizens of this country, that, and more so among the so-called middle class, that, I am paraphrasing here, that Kenyans like entertainment politics. Entertainment politics when people insult each other. High entertainment value. Elections can be won with insults. Before this Goonism arose, there was a meeting, where was it? I don't remember where that meeting was, in Luo Nyanza, where the immediate former member of parliament for Kisumu Central uttered these words and said that they are not, I'm paraphrasing again, they're not going to allow people who are opposed to the government, and that they must be dealt with. Now, this man rose to power and to acclaim. He was an MCA in Siaya, but he came to Kisumu, and what he did of note was that he undressed himself publicly. Yes, he did. And tied himself publicly and dressed completely. He was in a birthday suit. Somehow this endeared him to very many people. He actually got elected as member of parliament. you understand the thinking of our people when it comes to whom they elect. We have individuals who have shot people. It wasn't made up. He shot someone. It was seen. That doesn't hinder you from eyeing an even higher office than the one you have. We have people who are convicted of theft. The fellow is still in parliament. You know, when you look at our politics, it's like there is no alternative and yet there is. People think there isn't. I'll give an example of what I mean. How many people in the opposition talk to you about education? 705 billion shillings. Break it down and demonstrate how that money can actually give us free education. Forget all these things. Throw in all the bursaries, kila kitu. So that the discussion isn't telling people go to school. No. It is free. You just register and go to school. There is no day you pay for a cent. You pay a cent for anything. You mentioned health. That's where I'm taking off from. Say this money, how do we translate this into free healthcare for everybody? Because you pay mingi. Okay. Everything that we consider a problem, do you hear anybody in the opposition not talking about William Ruto and his government? And you correctly put it, we live here, so we know what happens. We don't want you to tell us. Tell you, given the amount of money we spend on security, this is what we expect to see of the police service. Take the time and bother to do the math so that when you talk about it and say this is what you want to do, but this man is informing us about how this thing works. This amount of money that is allocated for the security, this is what it does now. But what we could do with it also is this and this and this and this and this, so that we can eliminate completely this nonsense of policemen, especially the traffic division, always asking for money. You do not hear of that simple conversation among the people in the excuse me, in the united opposition. It's a conversation that people can understand and they can relate to very easily. Then you break it down also to the county level and say, you know, we have two levels of government here. So we just can't talk about the national government. Let's talk about the county government. And this is what they get. Okay? This is what they could do. This idea of 50% going to paying people salaries, that will end. Because that is money, yes, that is money that should be used for creating development and growing the economy. Do you hear anybody in the opposition talk about that? No.
I was looking at Auditor General's report about counties. And we have devolved theft. We are seeing pilferage at the national level. And when you look at the county level, you get very tired. The governor of Kitui County.
Yes, Dr. Malombe.
Dr. Julius Malombe. He allocated to his office 2.39 billion in the last financial year.
Yes, for his office.
Yes, for his office.
For his state house.
Yes.
Give it context.
For his county house.
His county house was allocated 2.39 billion.
Okay.
That's the office alone. Now, let's look at other sectors. Other sectors, whether it's agriculture, it's what, everything combined was 1.05 billion. So the office of the governor is eating more than double the other sectors of the county is doing. And when the nation media journalists try to reach out and have him try
answer
to respond,
some of those questions, yes,
he did not. But again, the people of Kitui knew who Malombe was because he was their first governor. They saw how he managed the county in the first 5 years.
Yes.
They thought he's not worth to be elected. They elected Charity Ngilu as the second governor. But again, they went back and thought, but Malombe, he should finish the business he started.
Yeah.
They re-elected him the other day. The same thing with Bungoma, where I come from. The first governor of Bungoma is Kenneth Lusaka.
Right.
He became famous for buying a wheelbarrow with 109,000.
He said it was anti-carcinogenic.
Non-carcinogenic food trolley.
Why didn't you tell us it was motorized or something? At least that one we can understand.
Wewe unajua kuna mtu shamahoho ukimwambia anti-carcinogenic umemmaliza.
Shamahoho is Kakamega County.
But you get what I mean, right?
Yes.
So This person, actually, they know that he stole money. They thought he's not worth it. They elected Wangamati in 2017. In 2022, they are like, oh, no.
We did a mistake.
I think Lusaka should come back and finish what he started. Today they are crying that Bungoma is not working. What do you expect? When you have a neighbor who is a preacher and you hear him praying loudly in his house, do you get surprised?
No.
That's what preachers do. Ukiona fundi amebeba nyundo, that's what he does. So when you elect a thief who has proved to you of his capability to steal, why do you get surprised when things go missing?
You know what is of interest? Kitui gets 11 billion in terms of the
equitable share.
So this man actually took 20% and more. It is not very different from what we see in the county of Nairobi.
Yes.
Where the money that is used for traveling and whatever benchmarking and every such activity is more than the money that they set aside for bursaries.
Yes.
So, again, do you hear people in the opposition
talking about
having this honest conversation with the citizens and saying, these fellows, we have got it wrong. The money that is intended for every county was intended to grow the county so that as the economy of the county grows, it can it can contribute, because it already does, but it contributes to the national economy.
Yes.
And it contributes to the wealth of the country. Now, this conversation, you do not hear anybody having it.
Yes.
They fill our ears with Ruto every day.
And do you, when they tell you they have done development, do you know what they have done?
What have they done?
Governors.
Yeah.
They have built a governor's residence, complete.
Yeah. Development.
That's development.
A county HQ.
They have built a county headquarter.
Development.
That's development. In Homa Bay, they have built a pier.
Development.
Development. This pier is where your children go to sit when you don't have school fees, so they can watch the ocean as they wait so that you can get school fees. You see, we have serious issues out here. The governor of Machakos allocated 873 million to her office. Akasema she pays people salaries of around 700,000. So we needed to understand, okay, it's okay. Can we know how many people work in your office that consume a salary of 700 million every financial year? She did not respond to that. So all these things, when you look at how much money we are losing to theft, and you look at the services we were supposed to get out of it, it is very easy to bring. Saa ukiambia mtu at free education, wengine wanasema ati haiwezekani. Haiwezekani kwa sababu the people who are in government today have never believed in such things working. One of the people who was against free education and was shouting at Kibaki is President Ruto. Why is devolution not really working today? One of the people who was really against devolution is President William Ruto. There is a video of him speaking in parliament.
Yes.
And asking his fellow members of parliament that who among you here wants to go and be a councillor in counties? Do you want to believe that that's what we want for our country? So he was likening being a governor
to a councillor.
Being a councillor. He was trivializing the issue of decentralizing resources to the people. So I actually do not expect devolution to thrive under his watch.
But we have a constitution that should work regardless of whoever is at the top or at the
Does he believe that this constitution should be there in the first place? Who campaigned viciously against this constitution? So President William Ruto, he was saying this constitution has 20% that we need to look at before we pass it. 80% is correct, but the 20% we need to look at it. Worldwide, when you attain a percentage of 80%, that's excellent performance. It's an A. So if our constitution is 80% correct, what's wrong with it? But the vicious opposition of that constitution tells you that he does not believe in it. I can tell you from how I look at the president speak, he doesn't even like term limits. He doesn't like being asked questions. And he has said it several times. There is a day he had people, was it UDA aspirants at State House, where he was saying countries that have developed because of dictatorship, where the president says one thing and you don't question. It has to happen. Which means it's a fantasy he has. He does not like Joachim coming on radio generation and asking questions about how much money did you use to build Talanta Stadium. He wants that when he says that we have built Talanta Stadium, you say, yes, sir. When the Auditor General and the Control of Budget came and said that there has been an illegal withdrawing of money from the exchequer amounting to 1.3 trillion for 7 months. What was the response of the president?
What was the response?
That is madness. People who are saying that money has been withdrawn are mad. And it's the same response he gave when the Auditor General came and said that since the inception of SHA up to today, we have lost 50 billion. And when the Auditor General breaks down the audit queries...
Is that money that was withdrawn from SHA or money that has yet to or would have been paid illegally?
That's money that has gone into pockets we can't quantify.
Okay.
Because we have 1.3 billion being paid to NHIF by SHA. NHIF is defunct, but SHA paid NHIF 1.3 billion. There is a hospital where it is said that a mother gave birth 10 times in 1 year. One person had an open heart surgery 4 times in a day.
Yes. Quite remarkable, isn't it?
It is actually. It's a miracle.
So when we ask such questions, the president doesn't like it. He wants that for a country to grow, there should be no questions. Which means that if it was his wish, he will suspend this constitution. And he really wants to be like Moi.
I think the example he probably was giving was that of Singapore.
Yes.
And the manner in which Lee Kuan Yew ran his government. What perhaps is not understood is that government was a government of equals. So the opposition was not in the public. It was within that same confine. They agreed they were going to build that country. They agreed. And they gave people who notably were of a very, very high quotient of capability to head. It's not that no. This is a person who has demonstrable ability to do certain things. You are given that to run. When among them somebody decided and was noted for having taken a bribe of 1 million shillings, well, he was let go, but the guy ended up committing suicide. Okay? The understanding and the alignment was within that group. Lee was the first among equals. But these are people who tell him, no, that we're not doing it. What we need to do is A, B, C, D. How we need to go about it is A, B, C, D. There's a difference there. We had a similar government at independence. That was a government of equals.
Singapore was kicked out of Malaysia, right?
No, they were not kicked out. Singapore was a Malaysian territory.
Yes.
Okay? Akina Lee walikuwa naishi huko. Huko ilikuwa ni kwao. Kicking out was Malaysia couldn't understand what they were going to do with this piece of rock.
So they discarded them, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, you see,
they don't have fertile land.
No. That's what I'm calling the piece of rock.
They only had 2 advantages. Good weather under strategic position.
Period.
A deep water port.
Yes.
Hong Kong, same story. Piece of rock.
So they provided a economy of scale. Instead of China going to Europe to get things, they go to Europe and import things in bulk, put it on their port, so China picks them there. They subdivide what goes to Japan, what goes to, and they earn from it. Good weather, it rains, I hear it rains like 2 hours every afternoon. So tourism can
thrive.
And out of that, they have a sovereign wealth fund of about 80 billion USD.
Okay.
And the sovereign wealth fund they have, the one similar to what President Ruto has created here, is funded by the surplus from revenue.
Okay.
Not for us here in Kenya, we have a budget deficit of nearly 1 trillion every financial year, and we are creating something on the side, calling it a national infrastructure fund. For you to create something like that, budget yetu ya 2.9 trillion has to be fully funded. We have no deficit, and then there is surplus.
Hiyo ndio
inaingia kwa hii fund. So that you can use even that money to invest even outside the country. We have invested in Apple company. We have in Google.
Meta.
Yes.
Microsoft.
Lakini ati yetu, we are only getting money by selling what we already have. That for our national infrastructure fund to work, we have to sell Kenya Pipeline. We have to go and sell Safaricom shares. So, do we have infinite resources that we will always be selling and funding this?
No, we don't. So, Joachim, because I asked you a question earlier on in regards to how Safina will field candidates.
We are going to field candidates.
Are you going to do zoning?
There is no zoning. When we have a promising candidate in Homa Bay, we will field him. It's a democracy. No one should ask us questions. So this issue of zoning, let people go out, fight for whatever they have. Whoever wins, wins. When you lose, you didn't campaign.
It is what it is.
Yes. So I don't see this issue of zoning. Because even people who are shouting about zoning, they keep on saying, wao ni chama kubwa.
Ndio.
Mbona chama kubwa ina wasiwasi kwamba watu wengine wanakuja kwao? Do you see Rift Valley UDA shouting about zoning? No, they don't. Because they know they have put structures in place to make sure no other party survives.
But they have strongholds. For example, you're talking specifically about UDA.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
There are places, perhaps if they field candidates, they won't get a single, they might get a vote, but in terms of a significant vote to make them win, perhaps they would.
That's why I mentioned Rift Valley. Because zoning that the ODM is talking about is about Nyanza.
Okay.
It's about Luo
Nyanza. So they have no problem with you fielding a candidate in Kisii.
Yes.
That's not Luo Nyanza. You can go field a candidate in Kilifi, where ODM has been getting
dominant for the
yes. You can go there. But Luo Nyanza,
hiyo ni
yao. And you see, we've been around for some time. We know how parties die. Parties don't just die like that. If you have had a party that has had a national outlook, it comes down to regional, then it goes to
tribal.
So they are doing all the right things to make sure that ODM just becomes a Luo party.
You're saying that they no longer hold cost as they did in previous elections?
No, they don't. Party leader is Oburu.
Okay.
Chairman, Wanga. Deputy party leader, Arati. Mwingine ni nani? Ule Abdul Swamad Bada.
Abdul Swamad is still, yes.
But they are killing their own party. For us in Safina, we are saying, provided we have a candidate, we will field him.
Or her.
The uniqueness about this zoning was something that was pointed out by Odoyo Wedi when he was here.
Yes.
You see, the constitution that ODM has allows the party to nominate someone. You don't have to go for party nomination when people compete. No. You can get direct nomination. Now, zoning is Another is synonymous with direct nomination. Over time, with the domination of ODM, there are very many disgruntled people, I'm talking of Luo Nyanza, who felt that they had been robbed of an opportunity for them to actually stand. So those people are going to fight this time around. And one of the things that I think these fellows can see is that these people stand and there's no zone and they stand on a UDA ticket, the chance of winning is high.
Very high. Very high.
Yeah.
So that is something. They are looking at the crystal ball and they're looking into the future and they're saying, Apana.
No.
If we allow this. So it isn't even about the party.
It's about themselves.
Yes, about individuals who are in some cushy positions within the party who want to ensure that they survive another day.
And it's the same thing what Millie Odhiambo said.
Right.
She said that when we push this agenda of zoning, it only shows that we care about ourselves and not the issues of the people. Because zoning only cushions the person who is in office and say, me as governor of Homa Bay, there is no one else who will run here. It's just me. So for you to run here, you need an ODM ticket, and I already have it. So which means that you are unopposed. That's why they are pushing so hard for zoning.
You know, if you listen to even the conversation we're having here.
Yes.
This is a political discussion of sorts, but what is politics? There are those who argue that politics is about security and safety. Those who argue politics is about the division of spoils, of the resources, and the outcomes thereof. That discussion is supposed to open up the door to the discussion about how the entirety of the Kenyan population benefits from all this.
Okay.
Now, the Sovereign Wealth Fund, as Joaquin mentioned,
yes,
of Singapore is $800 billion US.
Okay.
UAE, Kuwait, those guys, they all have a sovereign wealth fund of around, each of them around $1 trillion each. China is around 1.3 trillion. The largest is Norway, 2 trillion. That's for the future.
Yes.
Talking about Norway, it's about the oil they have. We are mineral rich as Kenya. The citizens of this country have never had an audit of what our mineral wealth is, the potential, because that is where the sovereign fund ought to come from. We already and have been exploiting iron ore in the Taita Hills for the longest time. Do you ever hear anybody talk about it? Never, never, never. The discussion about rare earth keeps rearing its head here. People have died in this country because of that issue of rare earth. It's like in Kenya, anyone who comes to power wants to surround and he wants to ring fence the natural resources for their own benefit, not for the country's. We have an ocean next to us here. This blue economy that we speak of, apart from the boats that the Japanese government gave us for supervising the seas, we have a parastatal, Kenya National Shipping Line. This was supposed to help us even commercialize the fishing industry. We have the water. Have you ever heard of Kenya purchasing a trawler, something that can do commercial
fishing?
Have you ever? No, and you will not hear. Have you ever heard of Kenya? We have a law that determines our mining and what have you. But have you heard, when I say audit, I mean is, we have oil, what is it worth? We have gold, what is it worth? We have coal, what is it worth? We have copper, what is it worth? We have rare earth, what is it worth? When you do the sum total and you know what it is the extraction of it and the commercializing of it will bring in, then you have a direct access to what is going to go into the wealth fund.
Yes. Not selling. This
direct. The selling is a lazy approach. It's a very, very lazy approach too. And even then there's no guarantee that money is going to go into a wealth fund. Have we even set up a sovereign wealth fund?
You see, even this infrastructure fund that we have, how does it work? How do you know how much it has? Who is going to run it? When you look at it, it is going to be run by the executive. It's the president who knows what's happening. Because the president, the person running it is finance minister, the central bank governor. and the
some co-opted members.
Yes, the three board of governors is the minister, central bank governor, and who? There's someone else there. Then they will be the ones choosing the board of management.
Yes.
So all these people will be answerable to the president. You remember, the Auditor General has no jurisdiction to audit what is being done. So as we audit shan't see how much money has been stolen, we can't see how much money has been stolen from the National Infrastructure Fund. So the president can use it.
Before it is stolen, we will not know how much is actually going in at any given point in time.
So he can use it to campaign. Like yesterday, the president had how many Akorinos?
Yeah, there were very many, thousands.
Yes. Let me say 4,000. Every Akorino getting out with 10,000.
Were they given money?
Kwani unaenda state house utoke bure?
I thought wameenda kanisa.
Oh my goodness. Kanisa ni mingi huku, mbona waenda state house?
Mimi nilienda state house nikakula tu sausage na samosa.
You didn't ask the right questions and you were not taken by the right people.
It was during Jamhuri Day. But anyway, continue.
So, when you look at the money we spend on events at State House, then you're like, oh my goodness. Because we were told that every event they spend 123 million. 123 million. For you to get 123 million as a person working and earning 30,000 every month, you have to work for 300 years. Without using one single coin. Ndio upate 123 million hii mara moja pa. And that's the money we are using just on events. When you look at Kindiki, he's spending 20 million every day for chopper rides.
2 million.
2 million every day for chopper rides. So, hey. Then the biggest question is this. When you look at our revenue, after paying debt, tunapaki na pesa kidogo. So where are these people getting all this money? Because if they are stealing our taxes, but our taxes are paying debt.
Yes, that we know for a fact.
Yes.
Because we haven't defaulted, so we know we are paying.
We are paying. So where are they getting the money?
The question is, when you remain with 19% of whatever it is that is your revenue, and you know very well that is not that cannot conduct any meaningful development in the country, does that then not mean that you have to borrow?
You have to borrow more.
Yes.
But again, if actually this 80% is going to pay debt, then I don't think the money we are borrowing can finance this opulence we are having.
It cannot.
Which means that first of all we have to interrogate the 80% we are paying debt.
No, I'm still stuck at. You said what will enter status every time people go to status? How much is used? One what million?
123 million.
That is like when we saw the Akorino church yesterday.
Yes.
That's 123 million
gone,
inclusive of what they will be given as bus fare.
Yes. So meals, your transport, and then your personal token. Because we toka Kidhunguri wende state house peke yako. We have transportation. Mumelipiwa. So we have coordinators, MCAs of UDA and all that. They will carry you. So ukitoka bahasha yako ya 10k kwa mfuko, then unauliza mbona hakuna pesa ya capitation? Si umepewa? Umekuja nayo.
Kwa nuliza tu media wataenda status lini?
Unataka pia wewe uende upewe.
Hata watu wa media tuende easy empowerment programs in
Uganda. Niliwaenda akiwa deputy president.
Right.
Karen.
What were you then?
What position did you hold then?
I was just a normal another person in the street.
Okay.
So nilisikia wanaita Waluya. By the time he was campaigning.
So wewe kama Mluya.
Kama Mluya
ukaenda
na kulikuwa na bus za forward zilikuwa pale
Forward Travelers.
Yes,
so
pale
OTC.
No, pale study. Zinabeba watu.
So kazi yako tu ni kupanda na
Yes, nikasema ati wanaenda wapi? Wanaenda Karen.
Kwa deputy
President.
Ukapanda.
I was Azimio Damo, lakini nikasikia wacha niende nione wanasema nini. As a person who loved Raila with everything I had, I had a very long day.
Siku ilikuwa mrefu.
Nilikuwa nasikia kutoka, but huwezi toka. Ukishaingia
ni hivyo, milango imefungwa.
Milango imefungwa, gate, na hiyo gate ukitoka unaibiwa hapo nje. Kulikuwa na so many rowdy goons.
Okay.
So mimi tukaingia kwa tent, so they are campaigning. So ni Luya leaders talking to us.
Okay.
Ababu na Mwamba, Musalia, Wetangula,
Ma-DVD.
Ndio Musalia.
Oh, Musalia, okay.
Walikuwa wanaongea vibaya kuhusu Raila, nilikuwa nasikia.
Ilikuwa na kuuma.
Nilikuwa naambia situende. Sema hatuwezi enda.
How do you say in Luya tuende?
Huje. So,
yes.
But at the end of the day nilipewa 3500.
Okay, 3500.
Na basi ya kuturudisha
town.
So hajaanza sasa, hii mambo alianza kitambo. And I was wondering.
Actually it began in the Moi era.
Yeah. I was wondering. Because I tried to get to the gist of our problems. This person wants to be president. Na hiyo siku Waluya peke yao tulikuwa hapo watu 3000.
Okay.
Na kila mtu alitoka na 3500.
At the very least.
At the very least. Because walikuwa wamepanga laini. Nixon Korir, Mbogwa, and some other guy I didn't know.
Okay.
So kila mtu amesimama na bag ya pesa.
100, 1000, 1500.
Yeah, 1000, nani Korir anakupea 2, Mbogwa anakupea 1,
mwingine
500.
Okay.
Ukiendanga. Unaenda direct kwa gari, hakuna kusimama mahali.
Basi inaondoka.
I was wondering, where are they getting all this money and how will they recover it? Because the following day kulienda Wakisi.
Okay.
Singeenda Jumisi Mkisi.
Unakaa Mkisi, ungepanda tu tungejua.
Wangenijua.
So Wakisi watakuwa na Wakisi.
Si wakiwa tu bado wanasema tu obe.
So and I was asking Kenyans to think about themselves in a way that member of parliament who wants to run, every time he appears where you are, he has to leave money, 10,000, 5,000. Unamwambia tuko tu wachache. Mko ngapi? 1 2 3. Mko watano 200 sina watosha. We have 68 weeks to election. Huyu mtu akiendelea na hiyo generosity, he will spend like 60 million or 70
by election day.
By the election day. So when he's sworn in at parliament, he has bought that seat with 70 million.
He needs that money back.
Mshahara ya MP for 5 years ni 60 million. He needs another 70 to campaign next time. So he needs 60 plus 70, he needs how much?
130 million.
130 million. Na faida juu yake. Kwa sababu anafaa bado enjoy maisha, aende Maldives. Now he's a member of parliament. Where do you think he will get that money?
My tax.
Your tax. And CDF anapewa 180 million every year. Hiyo ni basket moja. Anapora hapo. Basket ingine, president anataka kupitisha a very punitive bill. Ukivote yes to that bill, there is a token for you. You have to take it. All these laws that are being passed that are against the people, why do you think that member of parliament is voting for it? He's not a fool. He knows it's bad. But
he's recovering that 60
million.
He's
recovering the 60 million mulikula na yeye. So kama kwenye hakuna barabara, mulikula na huyo mbunge, hakukula peke yake.
Hiyo barabara pia umekula.
Ulikula. Usisema hata si kukula. You were given 50, you were given 100, you were given 200, depending kwa hiyo class umejiweka kwa society.
Ulikuwa unakula barabara na ujui.
Yes. There is a school where I come from, is called Chengwali Primary School. The gate it has, I saw that gate when I was in class 3. It's still the same gate.
That's a very durable gate. What is it made of?
What is it?
So ukifungua your gate unafaa kuwa careful.
Iko na rust.
Yes,
it can cut you.
It can fall off. Imechomelewa mara mingi, imekuwa ikikatika inachomelewa. The road to that school is so dilapidated because there is no teacher in that school who drives. You see?
Even the principal.
Even the principal does not drive. He comes with a motorbike at the very best. Why do you think we have such cases? And the member of parliament in that constituency is called John Makali. He gets 184 million on CDF.
Yearly.
Every year.
Okay.
For the past 3 years.
That's enough. He has more than enough money to have built that.
He has road. More than enough.
That is 540 million.
But because of the ignorance of the people, they say we have bad leaders because we are bad people. We have to change. The best he does is to map out how many funerals do we have in my constituency every weekend. So anaambiwa Bukembe West Ward, Sangalo East, East Bukusu, nini. Akona coordinators, funeral coordinators in every ward. Anakupatia 5,000 ya kuenda kwa matanga.
Uende upeane rambi.
Yes, mbunge amenituma na ninashukuru. Nimekuja kulia na 5,000. Wamama wanapiga makofi.
Mheshimiwa alikuwa huko.
Mheshimiwa ametumana hata kama ako busy Nairobi, ametukumbuka. So that becomes the benchmark of whether you are being elected or not.
Okay.
Na muna expect muende Singapore.
There's a comment here. There's no politician who pays anyone's rent. So why would you get so emotional for someone who's looking for a job to pay rent for his family? It's very true. I think
that's a wrong thinking.
Si anasema mheshimiwa ameenda kujitafutia mshahara huko.
That's first of all it's a wrong thinking.
Okay.
Because mheshimiwa akiitisha kura, it's not looking for a job for himself. That's why it's called a public office. He's going to preside over resources that can determine your future. Why is he being given 180 million? Nako na mshahara ya 1 million.
Okay.
180 million is to facilitate growth in the area of jurisdiction. That's why you have to be careful. Who are you electing? Anaweza kuwa chairman kwa matanga. Kama hamuwezi muamini na pesa ya kuwa chairman kwa matanga, he should not be elected. So let us not look for political office as job, just as jobs. Pia mimi nilikuwa nasema ati mimi siwezi kuenda kupigia mtu anajitafutia kazi. No, mtu ambaye anajitafanyia kazi yake ni mtu ameajiriwa hapa, mtu ameajiriwa kwa bank. But as far as you are looking for the people to give you an opportunity to lead them, that's not just a job. It's service to the people. So huyo ndugu anafaa elewe hivyo.
Price amesema, this is Kambini. I think Simiyu has a point. We can't say Ruto must go yet. We want to replace him with another Ruto.
No. Huyo pia anakampainia Ruto in other words. Hapo tushasema Ruto must go. So why is he being afraid?
No, but you see, when you said that the opposition has got no agenda, I think he's probably referring to that. But I could be wrong.
But we have an agenda as Safina.
DK anasema, Simiyu, your mic will be switched off. Accusing Hussein Mohammed on live television and movie is in his payroll. Okay, that's a first.
Cheza on social media.
Ask Joachim, can he win on a Safina party ticket in Bungoma?
I will be buying in Nairobi. But
which position?
Bungoma, you can buy you can win on any party.
Yeah.
Now that the crocodile has been tied on a tree. I'll be buying in
Nairobi County.
Yes.
Which seat are you gunning for?
If Sifuna doesn't vie for Senate, why not me? Yes.
If he does?
If he does, we'll go for
head to head.
A member of... no, I can't vie against Sifuna.
Okay.
If he goes back to Senate, I'll go for something else, a member of parliament.
Opposition agenda is one. This is according to DK again. Opposition agenda is one term because of killing, kidnapping, corruption, tribalism, voter suppression, goonism, impunity, misrule, lies, name them. Job Chitwa amesema tell CT Shamahoho is in Vihiga County.
Yeah.
Okay. Victor Lesusian, seems our county assemblies are not doing their job. And then nani mwingine?
Yes, it is in Vihiga.
Labang Guardiola amesema alafu akina Simiu wakuje kusupport Ruto. Safina Party ta support Ruto.
Kama anaweza kata kulipa deni.
Mtamsupport.
Akisema leo alipi deni. Ninamsupport.
Regardless of anything and everything else.
If far as he is acting on not paying debt.
And everything else can go to hell. Hiyo ya deni peke yake.
Hiyo ya deni, it means that the money we are losing to debt can be used on other things.
Okay.
So we'll have enough money to do the things we want to.
Yes. So mambo ya education, mambo ya healthcare, mambo ya nini. And again, afanya kitu ingine.
Yes.
The government to stop borrowing in the internal market.
Internal market. So wache kuborrow banks za hapa ndani.
Yes.
Ndio Wakenya wakuwe na do.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much.
Which I know he can't do.
Thank you so much, Simiu, for coming through. Regards to your party leader.
Yes.
Mwambie tunamngojea rudi.
Party leader?
Yes.
Sasa nyinyi mtaenda kwake.
Kwa nini asikuja? Alikuja hapa. If he came once, he can come again.
He's now
Simiu, come on. But thank you so much.
Mzuri utembelee yeye. Umuulize maswali hapa kwake.
Sawa basi. Wacha tutaangalia maneno. But Simiu, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
This has been exciting.
Yes.
Kuna mambo umesema sikuwa ninajua, sasa nitaenda nifanye even more research on some of those things.
Thank you very much.
Karibu sana.
We exist to learn.
Haya. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning.